Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And, I will be honest, it's a pretty sad day if you ask me. It's a pretty sad day. I am, I wouldn't say inconsolable, but definitely... Oh, hold on, let's get the mic over here. Mic's a little bit out of the way. There we go, there we go. Not a good day, as far as I'm concerned. David Lynch died. Hello, Congo. Congo knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, Congo got it immediately. David Lynch passed away. He's one of my favorite directors. I think he's incredible both as a director and as a person. I think he's a truly inspiring and amazing figure. And he passed away quite young. 78, which is just barely average life expectancy. So that feels quite young to me, especially given that most of the time when we talk about somebody dying on this channel, we're talking about people who are like 115 years old. But, no, David Lynch passed away. David Lynch passed away today. And I only found out an hour before stream. I found out after I had spent all day cooking and cleaning. From Hen of Mimi, unsurprising. From Hen of Mimi, it's a thing that me and the memers agree on quite strongly as a huge favoritism towards the Lynch man. And like I said, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. Link in the hellos. Link in the hellos. Hello Congo. Hello Kairu Kailovsky. Hello Matthew _Rice _ Seeker. Hello Wande. Hello Cat Magician. Hello Hoomter. Hello Tohu Bohu. Yeah, no, it stinks. It's dreadful. It's dreadful. He's absolutely one of those truly iconic figures. We are all poorer for his passing. We are all poorer for his passing. And I said this on Twitter and on Blue Sky, but we're going to watch some David Lynch tonight after I finish stream. Depends a little bit on how energetic I am. Either Elephant Man and or Lost Highway. I do also have Fire Walk with Me, but that's a weird one to watch by itself, right? And I don't think I've got the energy to watch Twin Peaks Season 1. I actually have not seen... I saw Lost Highway in, like, 2002, and I think it's one of, like, the first movies I saw on DVD, and it's really stuck in my head ever since, and I actually haven't seen it since. It's just been like a permanent feature of my mind to replay this movie for like, what's that, almost 30 years? You know, in the back of my head, almost 30 years of revisiting this film at a very shallow level. Eraserhead, I wasn't, I haven't watched all of them. I'm trying to think. We might also watch Mikey, because Mikey's short, but I don't have a... If somebody else has a Netflix account, we can watch Mikey. Most of them with your parents, nice. My parents are, not the type to watch Lynch. I'll say that. They are not his audience. I think my dad could... I don't know, maybe they could be. Maybe they could be. I'm just thinking about like a... I normally think of my mom as a very, like, watches a lot of... My mom tends to talk very highly about, like, very wholesome, very, like, PG-rated stuff. But then her favorite movies are, like, Scenes from a Marriage and, like, A Man for All Seasons and stuff. Oh, Twin Peaks is incredible. If folks here haven't seen Twin Peaks is amazing, especially Season 1. Season 1 of Twin Peaks is some of the best... It's some of the best stuff. It's some of the best stuff. It's like the argument for good television existing is Twin Peaks. It's like the argument for good live action. It's outrageously strong. Outrageously strong. And yeah, it just... it feels against him. It feels against his wishes and against his whole vibe to just talk about him and talk about what he was like and how he felt and stuff like that. How he felt to us, although I might end up doing that a lot. He was about creation, right? He was very much about creation. He was not about talking about things. He was about doing things. He was very much a man of doing things, which is a bit of a difference. Well, Cat Magician, we're probably, like I said, I want to watch, Lost Highway was the first thing I saw, and I don't think that that's a bad choice. Mulholland Drive is the one that's, like, almost everyone's favorite. Actually, I haven't seen Inland Empire. Mulholland Drive, let me kill Discord because I people are DMing me and I need to not even know that they're DMing me. But yeah, I would say if you have a Netflix account, some of his stuff is on Netflix. I would say that the number one thing to not start with is do not start with Fire Walk with Me. Absolutely do not start with Fire Walk with Me. Not because Fire Walk with Me is bad. Fire Walk with Me is actually amazing. Fire Walk with Me rules, but because Fire Walk with Me is it is designed for people who have already watched the first. Hello Nagi, it's the Snick for the Year of the Snick. Hold on, what the heck is that? What in the world? Hold on, am I going crazy? Is there an OBS source that's just like floating in the air? Shout out for Nagi Quetzali. It's Fugi. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I would say if you're going to watch Fire Walk with Me, which rules, watch Twin Peaks season 1 first, because otherwise, like, Fire Walk with Me is just like incomprehensible. It's just gibberish. But definitely, and also don't watch the Dune movie. That one just sucks. He did make a Dune adaptation that is simply bad. I don't have any other words for it. It's just a bad movie. I know people who will defend it, and I think that's cope. Mulholland Drive is crazy. Mulholland Drive is really good. Mulholland Drive rocks. Mulholland Drive is really, really good. Yeah, I can easily recommend Mulholland Drive. Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, are easy recommends. I'm trying to think what else I would really recommend from Elephant Man. I actually haven't seen. I've not actually seen Elephant Man, and that's kind of why I want to watch it tonight. People tend to love Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. He's done a lot of films. I've probably only seen like half of his filmography. There's only a couple of directors I'm actually all that close to watching everything from. I've watched everything by Satoshi Kon. I've watched almost everything by Yorgos Lanthimos and Masaki Yuasa. And there's probably some people who directed like only like 1 or 2 films, and I might have seen like everything they directed. But yeah, Eraserhead is very cool, and it's actually a pretty good story about him. But tonight it's going to be Lost Highway and or Elephant Man. Those are the two that I really want to watch. Those are the two I really, really want to watch at the moment. So those are what we're going to go with. But yes. Now we've disabled the Fugi tech. Yeah, Mulholland Drive, absolutely fucking rocks. Yeah, so let's, I was going to paint today. And the question was, Should I start with doing the... I'm probably gonna start with the puzzles and then we're gonna paint. I'm probably gonna start with our dolls and then we're gonna paint. But yeah, Nagi. Actually, I said I would get out of Discord, but I am willing to get back on Discord. I have not 100% finished the model that I was working on with you last time, but I've made some progress. The grandmother was also pretty good. Yeah, Tohu, you should watch him. You should watch him Lynch. You should watch him Lynch. He rocks. He rocks. Oh, hello, it's me. But I was going to do the dolls first. Let's grab the dolls. Let's start doing some puzzles. I always like starting off with some puzzles. But yeah. It's the androgynous hands again. This is what I guess this is why men don't moisturize, right? Is this the reason why men don't moisturize? Is because their hands don't look properly manly if they don't fucking suck. Yeah. Nothing in pious. Nothing in pious. So that means I can easily go ahead with crave with no problem. Crave, almost nothing in cave. Having healthy hands is gay. Yeah, exactly. This is how they get you. This is how they get you. This is how they get you. Oh, I just realized Streamerbot's not live. Whoops. Absolute shenanigans. I'm glad that nobody did any redeems while Streamerbot was just chilling. I can't believe I forgot that. Of all the damn things to forget. That is true. I mean, this is like how it works, right? This is like how it works, is that like you just... That's really funny, Nagi. That's really funny. That is really funny. I mean, we do know that me and Lady Saffron VT have wrists the same size, which is really goofy, because I'm like, just in terms of sheer volume, I'm like, I've got to be like 4 times the size of the vase. I've got to be like 4 or 5 times her size, but like somehow my wrists are like, I got dainty little wrists. of a proper lady. I've got the, so... Let's see, yeah, wrist made for articulate work. And hello, iPop. No, I got those, yeah, I got those, Victorian orphan hands for doing work in the mill. For working in the machine shop. The looms, there we go, that was the looms. It's like this game is, every time you have to guess a word. And if a letter is in the word, it will be yellow. If the letter is in the right location, it's green. Yellow just means it's in the word, green means in the right location. So these are not in the right location. Let's see. Let's try maced. No, wait, there's no E. We know that E isn't in there. So I was going to try maced, but that's not going to work. So it's definitely not maced. Let's see. Yes, there can be. We don't actually know that there aren't 2 C's or 2 A's. We do not actually know that. There could be 2 C's, there could be 2 A's. We actually have very little information at this point. No, it's not going to be facets. There could... I actually think it's pretty likely that there's 2 A's in it. Because there's, like, no vowels. There's, like, functionally no vowels. I mean, yeah, it's... Losing Lynch absolutely does suck. There's no 2 ways around it. There's... Oh my god, what a... Ball? No? Balatro isn't a 5-letter word. And it also doesn't have a C in it. Yeah. This is all it's all mental. This is all mental right now. Nah. No, Naiad is not a word. This is the trouble, is that now I'm like thinking like insane fantasy words that don't make any sense. There is no S, that's true. Yeah, salad would work. There could be multiple A's, there might not be. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What's this? Blanche. No, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. Latch. There's no reason why it couldn't be latch. Okay, so the A and the C are now in the right place. Yeah, but now we know there's no T or H. We now know there's no T or H. Huh. That's weird. No T and no H is a weird one. As watch would also be a very valid word. Watch would also be a very valid word. As would batch, but latch, batch, match, watch. Let's think about this. So it's not going to be a CK ending, right? Because there's nothing. There's just nothing that's going to work there at all. Fancy? Is there any reason why it couldn't be fancy? No reason why it couldn't be fancy. It was fancy. It was fancy. I mean, he did it because it was the pandemic, and we all needed an outlet, and that was his streaming. That was his becoming a VTuber. Was he would tell you about the weather on Fridays. This one's more dumb. This one's more dumb, Nagi. I'm sorry if you don't know this one. This one's fucking stupid. This one's fucking stupid. This is the stupidest one. This is connections. The words have some underlying rule to them that we don't know about it. That we don't know what the rule is. And this is like this one's so American. It's like it's actually painful to me, and I am such an American. But even for me, this one's like this was it's always four. It's always thematic. It's usually thematic. Sometimes it's synonyms. Like synonyms, one of the most is like usually. So there's going to be an easy one, and like a hard one, and two that are medium difficulty. And usually the easy one is pretty easy, and the hard one is just like impossible. Is how I usually think about it. Well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it right now. So, plant is a noun. No, you do like this. You do like this. So, and again, these are super American. So like, I think that, so like, trade, market, business, commerce all kind of have things in common. Yeah, it either accepts or rejects. Yeah, there's a little accept here. Well, there's going to be 4 sets of 4. There's 4 sets of 4, and I have to organize, tell me if my set is correct. So here's actually one that I think is pretty good. Mole, agent, plant, these are all types of spies. These are all spycraft related, as is assets. Let me just make sure there's nothing else that looks really... Yeah, asset is the last one, I think. I think you're right, that's asset. Let's give this one, let's see what it does. Okay. Yeah, asset is a business term. Yeah, they're playing around with synonyms all the time. Asset is a business term, yeah. It was really a mole and agent together that I was like, oh, hold on, there's something here. Yeah, you'll be a great asset to the company. A great asset. And hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. Let me give the shout out to the shrimp. How is Le Shrimp? How is Le Shrimp? Yeah, great asset. I am so bad at that game. It is very difficult to overstate how bad I am. The last time I played Lethal Company, I think my average lifespan was measured, it was like under 30 seconds. I'm so bad at it. Baseboard, I'm not sure about baseboard, but switch outlet and sconce are all electrical. I'm gonna try this. These are all electrical. This is some weird IQ test kind of shit. It absolutely is, Nagi. This is by the New York Times. This is a New York Times ass game. Installed on a wall. Okay, okay. So we haven't gotten the yellow. The yellow is always the easiest one. No, they cannot, Nagi. That's like the main... That's the main way they get you. That's the main way they get you, is like, they'll often fake you out by using a word that has multiple meanings. So like, rug, right? Rug, to me, like, the first thought I have is the verb rug, as in, like, to do a rug pull, to trick people into thinking there's a legitimate business investment that you're going to steal from them. But a rug is also, yeah, the hardest thing is rat. Mensa is not a respectable institution, if you ask me. I do not respect Mensa in general, and I especially do not respect their entire purpose. Yeah, this will teach you this will also, Cat Magicians, this will also teach you insane English stuff, because, like, I know that at least once the purple was, like, at least one time the hard one was, like, members of the Seven Sisters schools, which is, like, that is obscure trivia to a guy who has dated multiple women who went to Seven Sisters schools. Like, it was bullshit. It was horseshit. Like, they've done some horseshit ones on the purple, and I'm sure that today's purple is going to be horseshit as well. I think this is the yellow. That's the yellow. Buying and selling. So what the hell do these have in? Oh, these are all rat. Yeah, Humter called it. I thought Humter was just making fun of the fact that I know so many bodegas. Yeah, that was just it. All the buds. Yeah, all the buds. This was actually probably one of the most sane purples. Sometimes the purple will be, like, misspelled onomatopoeia. Depp versus bodega. I know other rats, too. We also know Ratmost. And also, hey, Arcforce. Yeah, there'll be, like, synonyms for Brady Bunch members and stuff like that. Or like, sounds like choking. This is called Connections. This one's Connections. Let me grab the link. That was Connections. And you should have link permissions on my channel. I'm not big business like Nagi Quetzali, so I don't get to shut down links. Okay, now we've done the stupidest one. Now we go to cool ones. Oh, this one was such bullshit. I'm sorry, I'm just mad about this one. Yeah, words misspelled in new metal bands was one that we did a couple days ago. Yeah, this one was bullshit. I'm still mad about this one. Fuck this. Fuck this one. OEC Tradle rules. I love Tradle. It's 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion. Okay. Water and raw sugar and processed... Okay, huh. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay, so we've got a country that exports 1.3 billion, of which 400 million is water. 400 million is water, so my first thought is Nepal. But Nepal doesn't export non-fillet frozen fish, or refined petroleum. There's just no way. This one's the big brain one, Nagi. If you want the one that's like big brain, locust beans, rice, wheat flours, non-fillet frozen fish, refined petroleum. Okay, so let's think about this for a second. It's not going to be a former Yugoslavia. I feel comfortable in that one, because all of the former Yugoslav countries are going to have some insane industrial product. that's going to make up more. Their largest industrial product is aircraft parts at 7 million. This is nothing. That's nothing. 7 million is trivial. That this is definitely not a country that has a heavy industrial base. They're exporting water. When you're exporting this much water, when 31% of your exports are water, you have a poor fucking you have a poor industrial base. Yeah, who's importing the water? I mean, one of the big water exporters is Fiji, right? Which, if it wasn't for the fact that wheat flour was on here, but not tropical fruits, I would think Fiji. Fiji would be, like, really in the consideration for it. So Fiji's exporting water. The US is importing a lot of water, which is really funny because the US generally has pretty good water. European countries import water like crazy. Middle Eastern countries import a ton of water. Middle Eastern countries import a ton of water. In general, anywhere that has... There's kind of two ways that water is going to be exported. One is going to be like consumer water, like Fiji, and the other is going to be like agricultural water, which is going to be exported in much greater quantities, and that's going to be done. But also have to think about the demand, right? You have to think about the demand, Nagi. Europeans also drink a lot of fucking bottled water, man. You motherfuckers drink a lot of bottled water. It's crazy. Oh, that's a good call, Kirill. That's a good call. That's a good call. And they're exporting fish, so we know that they're coastal. They're exporting fish, we know that they're coastal. Refined petroleum's an interesting one. Refined petroleum is interesting. They're also exporting iron ores. So this is like a... Oh, I know it's not the Netherlands, because Netherlands is like 20 billion. Netherlands is really huge. And hello, Violite. Hello, Violite. The Netherlands is way bigger than 1.3 billion. Is the big reason why I know it's not Netherlands. Netherlands actually has a gigantic economy. Yeah, they have a total up here. That's actually a huge one. Because the one we did on the ones we did on Monday, it was like 1 million was the total exports. It was like, what is this? This is a store. Like I have seen individual wine stores that have more business than this. This is your satisfactory factor. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. As in tap water I pour into bottle. Exactly. That's how we do it here in America. Okay, so... I don't think it's going to be a European country because there's no refined products, right? Like, Portugal is in the right weight class, but Portugal... There would be wine. Togo? You think it's Togo? Togo's not a bad one. Togo's not... Let's try Togo. Ha! Okay, it's on the opposite side of the planet from Togo. It's on the opposite side of the planet from Togo. That means Americas. It's definitely not Argentina. I don't think it's Venezuela. I could be tricked into believing Guyana. I think Guyana's bigger. I think Guyana's bigger. Guatemala, it's to go. That's so cute. That's a cute joke. Thank you for that one. I don't think it's Venezuela. I'm gonna give Guyana a shot. Especially because if this is more than because sometimes this is based on like a couple years old. Oh wow. Okay, so it's midway between Togo and Guyana. What the hell? Midway between Togo and Guyana. No, India's is going to be like hundreds of billions. India's exports is going to be like hundreds of billions. I don't think it's going to be Africa. This is going to be... Because it's closer to Guyana than it is to Togo. Well, this is going to be in Asia. It's definitely not going to be Vietnam. Vietnam's going to be huge. Yeah, I was thinking about Laos or Myanmar. I'm gonna give Myanmar a shot. Laos is landlocked, so Laos isn't going to have fish. I think Papua New Guinea is actually a good choice. I do feel crazy right now, though. It's the east of Papua New Guinea. It's the east of Papua New Guinea. Wow, we are fucking up here. This is terrible work on our part. On my part in particular. So east of Papua New Guinea. This is the big trouble with not knowing how long a kilometer is. I know how long a kilometer is when I'm running it, but when it's like thousands of kilometers, I'm like, what the hell is 1,000 kilometers? What the fuck is a kilometer? It is not Nagi. It is definitely not. A 5 kilometers is about 3.5 miles. 5 kilometers is like 3 point something miles. Yeah. I know because I run 5 kilometers almost every day. I've got a 5K route that I do before most streams. I didn't do it today because I ran yesterday. 80 kilometers is 50 miles. Nice. Okay, so it's not going to be New Zealand, obviously, because New Zealand's going to be over 10 billion. New Zealand's absolutely going to be over 10 billion. Micronesia? Even further. What the heck? What the heck is wrong with my brain? Well, no, we have to be southeast of Micronesia, and Philippines is northwest of Micronesia. And Philippines is going to be more than 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion is not very large. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Could it be Kiribati? It could be Kiribati. I don't think it's going to be Vanuatu. It's definitely not going to be Tonga. Tonga's exports are like... yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's a... The scaling isn't linear, but, I'm... Is it... seriously, is the T silent? Because that would drive me insane. That would drive me completely insane. That would drive me absolutely nuts. I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like you're pranking me. I just really struggle with that. I feel like you are pranking me. I feel like you are pranking me pretty bad. They have dicked us over. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for my very first thought the entire time. It was my first thought. I should have gone with it. It was my first thought. I should have gone with it. Fiji. I was talking about Fiji at the top. Fiji is one of the big water exporters. Fiji's one of the really big water exporters. I should have trusted myself. I think I'm gonna skip Connect Trade because Connect Trade's completely insane. Connect Trade's completely... Actually, no, let's do it. Connect Trade's insane. I like Connect Trade. Connect Trade's completely insane. Oh, and this one's busted. So we got the Cook Islands, Palau, Slovakia, and Norway. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Cook Islands and Palau. Let's try refreshing it again, because yeah. Twine, cordage, or rope, not a netting, made-up fishing nets, and other made-up. Okay, so we know that Norway is going to be petroleum. We know that Norway is going to be petroleum because it's Norway. It's fucking Norway. Either Palau or Cook Islands is going to be one of the fish, are going to have fish. Coral and shells feels like Cook Islands. Yeah, make-believe fish nets. You know, a net is just a series of holes connected by string, as they say. I could believe that. I could believe that. And the big question is cars, which I think is going to be Slovakia. I think cars is going to be Slovakia. Passenger and cargo ships is definitely not going to be Slovakia. I think that's going to be Norway. I think that's going to be Norway. Passenger cargo ship, petroleum, raw aluminum. How do we feel about... I feel like video displays might be the trick. Oh, nope. Nope. Wrong all over the place. Wrong all over the place. Palau might be live fish. Yeah, Palau... Cook Islands is brutal. Cook Islands is absolutely brutal. Yeah, I don't think naval power is Slovakia. Let's... Uncoated paper might be Norway, actually. That would be a funny choice. Let's try non-fillet, lives, fish fillet. Let's just see what happens when I do all fish all the way. Okay, they're all over the place. So raw so this looks blue looks like it's going to be Norway. Blue looks like it's going to be Norway. Raw aluminum, petroleum gas, non-fillet frozen fish. That all looks like Norway to me. I do like that passenger and cargo ships and live fish are going to be one country, but non-fillet frozen fish and fish fillets are a different country. So... Norway does, in fact, supply the Japanese Mark 07. Yeah, it does. It does. It's pretty good trivia to know. Yeah, petroleum has to be... the idea that that one of these countries has proportionally more petroleum than Norway is crazy to me. It's not impossible, but it is crazy to me. I think that points me towards video displays being Slovakia. Video displays, cars, central heating boilers. Let's actually just see what happens when I do all... Let's try this. Cars... Slovakia, that does seem likely to me as well. Yeah, non-fillet frozen fish has got to be Norway. Yeah, uncoated paper, let's give that. Yep, that's Slovakia. Yeah, good call, Nagi. And then... Palau and Norway is going to drive me... Palau and Cook Islands being on here at the same time is going to drive me crazy. That's going to drive me nuts. Fish fillets... Fish. Okay, so let's see. What else? I think nickel's actually... I think raw aluminum's actually kind of a good choice for Norway. We said... So, wait, no, we know it's raw aluminum, petroleum gas, non-fillet frozen fish. What do we think is the last one for Norway? What do we think is the last one for Norway? We know it's not passenger and cargo ships, because I did think it was that one before. I just need to double check. It's non-fillet fresh fish, not non-fillet frozen fish. Non-fillet fresh fish. Non-fillet fresh fish. Yes, good call. Double fish. There's so much fish. There's so much fish on here. There's so much fish on here. Have a good night. Have a good night, Cat Magician. Have a good night. I think raw nickel. I think it might actually be raw nickel. Yeah, that's Norway. Now we just have to distinguish between Cook Islands and Palau. Great. Great. Yeah, so this one's kind of crazy because it's based on relative proportions. So if we had, if you have Norway and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Norway will probably not have petroleum gas. Because it's based on relative. It's based on relative amounts. Relative portions of economy. So let's see. Let's non-fillet frozen fish, fish fillets, coral shells. Let's just design the most depressing economy. Not the most depressing economy. We did not manage to produce the most. iPop, you are on a roll today. You are on some shit today. Okay, so we've got this solved. This is solved now. So it's going to be passenger and cargo ships, live fish, coral, and scrap plastic. This is a depressing one. That's Palau. And here's the Cook Islands. Cook Islands having an incredibly depressing economy here. Actually, both these are incredibly depressing. Scrap plastic is such a depressing economic export. Good gravy. Good gravy. This was oof. We've had this one before. I've had this one before. I've had this one before. Who is this? 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 We've had this one before. I've done this before. I've done this before, and I was mad. I was mad about it. Who is this? This is... I'm racking my brain here. I'm thinking. I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is. Booyah! Headshot. Now I know nothing else about Eritrea, so that's going to be a real problem. I know nothing else about Eritrea, but no, so it's going to be a real problem for everything else. Okay, this is one I know. That's Sudan. That's Ethiopia. And I wouldn't be able to guess it's Djibouti. Djibouti. You gotta play more map games. I'm playing a map game right now. I have no idea what the capital of Eritrea is. I have absolutely no idea what it is. Asmara. There's no way I would have guessed that. Do know where it is, apparently. Okay, hold on. I should know this. Somalia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Palestine. The rest of these are kind of tough. No? South Sudan. Okay, I don't know the South Sudan flag. That's why I got here. Djibouti and South Sudan. Yeah. The main thing I know about Eritrea is that it sucks to live in Eritrea. That's like the main thing I know about Eritrea, is that it's like a terrible place to live. I have no idea what this is going to be called. I know it's not Guadalcanal. I'm pretty sure it's not Diego Garcia. It does seem like Notre Dame d'Afrique. It's not going to be Christian's Cave. I don't think it's going to be the Tomb of Ahmad Sanjar. That doesn't sound right. Church of Our Lady of the Rosary. That's the sort of... I swear to God, I've seen a dozen Church of Our Lady of the Rosary. That's just like any Catholic church. I hate this one so much. Thank you for putting your name on the national emblem. Seems like it's in Blasphemous, right? It really does. It really does. I do love that sometimes these are just insanely easy, because, like, yeah, here's... I wonder which national emblem this is. I wonder which national emblem this is. I have absolutely no idea, man. Tigray? I genuinely do not know what the other one is. I just have no idea. Aymara, maybe? Arabic? I would be really surprised if 50% of Eritreans spoke Portuguese, but let's give it a shot. Okay. I wasn't going to get that. Tigrinya and Tigre. I was not going to get that. I was not going to get that. Estimated population of Eritrea. Eritrea is mixing it up with Ethiopia pretty regularly. Only 3 to 5 million people. Okay. I would not have gotten that. I apologize, Eritrea. I'm not going to guess populated cities. I'm just saying if the ladies are called Our Lady of the Rosary. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yep. I was not that far off on area. So pretty bad performance on Worldle. Flag Doku. Okay, excellent. The name had... Okay, so Flag Doku rules. Flag Doku rules. You're right, I can do Jamaica. I have been liberated. It's Jamaica time. It's Jamaica time. 1 star, name without an I, and I can't do an E or an A, so let's do my other favorite country. Let's do my other favorite country. To do in Flag Doku. My 2 favorites. My 2 kings. Green and yellow. Green and yellow is tough. Not a lot of flags have green and yellow in them. I think Taiwan is. They let you do some crazy shit in this one. Yeah, they let you do some crazy shit in this one. The question is, do I want to do Taiwan for Canton or for 1 star? Cote d'Ivoire. Does Cote d'Ivoire have yellow? Let's see it. Let's see if they count Sealand. They would have to be down here. Yep, they're allowing me to do Sealand. And Swansea. Swansea. They let you do some crazy shit in this one. Like, they let you use US state flags. I try to stick to national flags, but sometimes it's like you need to use, like, Liberian county flags and stuff like that. They let you do absolutely crazy stuff. 1 star... So I could have done Texas here. I could have done Texas here, for example. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know where it would go on here. Okay, they don't have it on here, but they do have NASA. They do have NASA on here. They've got they have some crazy shit on here. Central American United States of Central. Yep, of the Ionian Islands. They let you do some crazy shit in here. France, the Catholic League of France from 1576. Yeah, they let you do some absolutely insane shit in this one. So cantons actually cover a lot of things. Oh, no Liberia. We cannot use Liberia on here. Habsburg. Let's take a look. If they do, it's not spelled that way. Austria, Lower Austria, and Upper Austria. Yeah, coat of arms is probably... yeah, it's always tricky. I like how they've got Afghanistan and then the Afghanistan flag from 2013 to 2021. Like, they're going crazy here. They're going crazy here. They let you do some shit. They let you do some shit in this one. Green and yellow. Green and yellow is just a bastard to me. Because, like... it's going to be like a lot of African countries are going to be green and yellow. Oh, that's actually a good question. Yes, they do. They do. Pride flag does not have Canton 1 star or green and yellow. So that's going to be a pain. That's not going to get us very far. Unfortunately today. Because we need it to have we need to have one of these traits. No, you're good. You're good. Canton is let me try to find one that's got a good one. Here's a country that's gonna have a canton. So Australia. Australia, so a canton is when it has this corner in the top left that has a... actually, I guess I could click on it. A canton is a rectangular emblem placed at the top left of flag, usually occupying up to a quarter of the flag's area. I understand why you're afraid. They don't. Thank heavens. They do not have Kekistani flag. And actually, I guess we may as well check. Third... Germany... They do not have Germany during World War II. They do not have the Nazi flag. I was wondering about that. I was wondering if they had the Nazi flag. Benin. Let's do Benin. You think it would be Reichsflag? Nope. Not in there at all either. East... that would be DDR or GDR? German Democratic... Nope, they don't have the... do they? I don't see East Germany in here. None of the ways I can come up with to spell East Germany are in there. They should have Czechia and Czechoslovakia. I'm sorry, they've got Czech Republic. It looks like they don't have Czechoslovakia as a separate thing, but I think the Czech Republic has the same flag, right? Let's think about this. Name without an E, name without an A, name without an I. I'm actually curious about this. I'm actually genuinely curious about this. Okay, they don't count that one. They don't count that one. Australia. I was really wondering if they would count that one. Australia, North Korea. We always gotta go North Korea. Love North Korea. Jamaica. Yeah, Czechoslovakia is a former country. Benin. Czechoslovakia is a former country. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Name without an A, so Chile? Chile? Canton. Gotta think about this one. Name without an E and has 1 star. Gonna be American here? Arizona? Oh, a Soviet flag. Let's try USSR or Soviets. Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Kingdom of Prussia, Russian Empire. I don't see the Soviet Union flags. That's really funny. That's really funny. What is the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist flag? Ukrainian SSR. Okay. Genuinely weird that they have the Ukrainian SSR, but not... That's just weird. Like, the more I think about it, the stranger that feels to me. So we need Canton ones. Hawaii will not work. Yeah, probably for the same reason that Nazi Germany was. I do not think that's a good equivalence. I do agree. And also probably why they don't have the Confederate States in here. They do have Rhodesia. They do have Rhodesia, so they're not willing to completely remove every meme-ass hate country from the list. You know, they're willing to remove some of the meme tier countries, but not all of them. Joy Kuchi, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. You were playing War Thunder. My condolences. My condolences. Did you rack up a lot of wins? Did you rack up some big wins? No. Our first flag would be the Betsy Ross. I don't think there's any flags older than that for the Betsy Ross. But yes, just Joy Kuchi, how is the War Thunder? How's the War Thunder? Welcome in. For those of you who do not know me, yes, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who does old things. I will be painting models, but I am currently doing my old man puzzles. I'm currently doing my old man puzzles. Today game not fuck you much? Oh, right. Excellent. 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 I am grateful for that. I am grateful for that. Name without an I. Cantons is always a bastard to me. Cantons is always a bastard to me. I always struggle to remember who's got cantons and who doesn't. Because I think cantons look stupid. Is like a lot of it. So I don't like think about them very much. Name without an A or an I. Oh, New Zealand. New Zealand. Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand. Oh, so I can't use Taiwan. I was going to use Taiwan for one of these, but no, it's not going to work up here. Taiwan would be a good choice here. Taiwan would have been a good choice for that one. But I've squandered the opportunity. I have squandered the opportunity. Name without an A. At least half of ready? Alright, excellent. Excellent. Third eye opening up, third eye opening up. Nope, Tonga. I could have used Puerto Rico too. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But Puerto Rico would have been good for here. Yeah, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. And name without an I. Fiji definitely has an I in it. Los Angeles? Los Angeles! Los Angeles. I knew that going on too much tourism when I was younger would help. Even though I've never actually been in California. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you, Humter. Thank you, Humter. Flag of the day was Togo! Togo! Jamaica and North Korea pulling ahead. There it is. There it is. Togo was hiding from us. We got fooled before. We got fooled before, but it was here. What the heck was this one? Oh, no, I didn't like GeoGrid very much. This one rocks. This one rocks. Nagi, this is the coolest one. This is the coolest one. Here we go. Here we go. So this one rules. This is Redactyl. This is my favorite one. This is the one I was building up towards. Redactyl is a Wikipedia page where they have redacted every meaningful word. Oh. I don't feel like doing that. Rick Seeger, thank you for the follow. I've been accumulating them over the years. I have a window open with them on my browser that I just refreshed when we start up again. But yeah, so this is a redacted Wikipedia page, and you have to guess the title. I am going to guess not treatise. Oh my goodness, never mind. Never mind. I was so confident this was going to be treatise up here. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. So 13 letters, then 8 letters on 5 letters and 9, 6. The blah, 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 blah is a blah, blah that blah, blah, blah to the blah and blah, blah, blah of blah, blah. Is this an English town? Hold on a second. Is this an English town? This might be an English town. This might be an English town. Really? Sounds like it's describing an animal. Huh. Alpha team? You think it's describing an animal? No, I think this is a geographic. I think this is geography. I think this is Forge is a wee beastie. Yeah. No, I think this is a location. Because normally, so like to the north. And this is just structure like an English town name, which is going to be a pain in the ass for me. I don't know my English town names for shit. It was... Let's try. Founded? Yep. It was founded, I think. Yeah, landmark is also a good choice. Landmark is a good choice, but I think this is something geographic. Thames? No, it's not gonna be Thames. Some kind of monk cloister? Yeah, located is probably in here somewhere. I'm always hyper sweaty, so I'm always trying to only guess words that are in the title. I'm one of these days I'm going to get like a. I think I've gotten a couple of times where I've gotten it completely perfect and only guessed the title. Yeah, hello Ozzy. Hello Ozzy. Yeah, this one rules. This is a redacted document. It's a redacted Wikipedia page. How are you doing, Ozzy? How are you doing, Ozzy? Ozzy is my little sister. Ozzy is I was going to use the regular shout out, but then I was like, no, I don't need to shout myself out. That's silly. I don't need to shout myself out. That's silly. Yeah, Aziza is my little sister. She's my little sister. She plays a lot. She has long ass streams. She has long fucking streams. A lot of Marvel Rivals. She does not look like me. She's my flesh tuber. She's my VTuber sister made of flesh. Not my flesh and blood sister, but fleshy sister. Yeah, I am very sad about David Lynch dying. Again, I'm going to say again that we're going to watch some David Lynch on my Discord server after I finish stream, so I probably will not stream as long as I theoretically could. And we're probably going to watch Lost Highway. Lost Highway and maybe Elephant Man. I haven't seen Lost Highway in over 20 years. I've never seen Elephant Man, and so, yeah, I love Lost Highway, but I haven't seen it in over 20 years. I don't think. I think I saw it in like 2002. It was like the first movie I ever saw on DVD. I think. It was a novelty to me to be able to watch a movie on DVD. I am cheering up right now, but I was like crying before stream. It's such a loss. It's such a loss. And yeah, I think that you're onto something, Nagi, with this being some sort of like a monastery, a cloister. It was founded, right? It's not discovered. It was not discovered or found. Because those are the wrong lengths. A college? That's actually a good choice. College is not the right number of letters for anything. Let's try let's see university. University is 10 letters, so that's not going to be any of the top. Let's try school. No mentions of school. Okay, so it's probably not education related. Probably not education related. Interesting. I do think that it's a landmark or something geographical. I'm going to try... Hold on a second. Because we want to be using words that are like going to be... We're going to want to use words... I really try to stick to... I might use a hint. Here's actually a trick. It's because you can use a hint and it will unveil a word. So this actually tells us some things, right? So we can only unveil these pink words. Which means that these words here are in the title. These words here are in the title. That's actually a good choice. Let's do the second word. Treaty. Okay, that eliminates a lot. That eliminates a ton. That eliminates a ton. Okay. Hold on. Convention. Treaty. So it's not Geneva Convention. It's not the Geneva Convention. Charter is 7 letters. Health, no. Well, the thing is, like, it'll be... I am actually expecting it to not be very useful. Usually so this is going to be an adjective noun. And it was the noun that I really needed. This is going to be some sort of adjective noun. And this could be anything like mathematical or, like... Knowing the type of object it is really helpful. knowing the type of object this is really helpful. Humanitarian. I don't think it's humanitarian. It's some sort of treaty. Military. Soldiers. Refugee is the wrong number of letters. I'm just doing, you can't really see it. Let me, I might need to move the box a little bit. Yeah, so I am typing things down here just to see if they're the right number of letters. Which I am covering up. Hold on, I need to put away my model here for a second so you can see what the fuck I'm doing. Or maybe I'll just do this. So you can see that I'm typing like, sexual is 6. Assault is 7. Military is 8. So like, multinational, that's actually a good choice. Multinational. No. Unless I spelled it wrong. I did not spell it wrong. Multinational is not spelled wrong. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Trade. Not trade. Not trade. Okay. I thought this might have been... So it's not the North American Free Trade Agreement or something like that, right? Economic. So like let's think about the type of trades we've got, right? Let's think about the types of trades we've got, the type of treaties we've got. We've got humanitarian treaties. We've got environmental treaties. We've got multilateral. We do have 2 more hints to use. We do have 2 more hints to use. It has a 5-letter acronym. It's a 5-letter acronym. So NAFTA. It's not NAFTA. We already know that. We already know that. UNRWA is not going to be it. It's not the United Nations. Nuclear? No. Tests? No. I don't think it's the rights of the child. Refugee? No. Agricultural? No. No. Again, I'm thinking that I can figure out the specific treaty that we're looking at. I think we can figure out the specific treaty that we're looking at. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. ECOWAS is 6 letters. NATO is 4 letters. UNESCO is totally the wrong number one. It's definitely not... It's not Asian. The A-letter word could be Humter. That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. That is so true. This is a modern treaty, because old treaties are always just the treaty of whatever, right? They're always just a treaty of whatever. They're never, like, remotely this long. Oh, Armistice. Let's try to... I don't think so, though. I'm sorry, I don't think so. Developmental... I think I'm gonna try... I'm gonna use up another... I'm gonna use another hint. Oh, let's cheat, right? They're gonna let me do this. Oh, okay. International. Yeah, no, they're just gonna let me cheat. They're just gonna let me cheat, yeah. So it's Covenant, right? On, political? Rights? International Covenant on what's the last word? Something in political rights. Something in political rights. International Covenant on the what's this? C civil. Civil. It has to be a C though. It has to be a C though, Nagi. Because the ICCPR. I can't believe they let us just like do that. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was completely crazy. They let us do that. Not my proudest moment. 11 guesses is relatively poor for me. But pretty good. Pretty good. I didn't do one yesterday because I didn't stream it all yesterday. Or should I go over to... I think I should probably spend this time... hold on a second. I am going to... Going to break my camera for a moment. We're gonna get ready for models. We're gonna go over to models in a second. But yes. Yeah, this is. I've just been tormenting Nagi by not bringing out the models, by doing my dumb little games, doing my dumb old man games. Let's put these away. Actually, let's. Nope, not you. Not you. What model? What model? Mix spot it for me. Excellent. Which one was it? All right. From Warmahordes. You got the Warmahordes. All right. Let's play around a little bit. Let's do a little bit of blocking here. Okay, so the last time I painted, I only painted for like 2 hours, but mostly I got the clothing done, the cloth done. I think the cloth turned out pretty good. I think I did pretty good on the cloth, on getting highlights on the cloth. Not as much on here, I don't think. I think I screwed up a little bit here. But this model is getting closer and closer to done. And then I think I really just need to fundamentally do the shield. I think I fundamentally need to do the shield, and then I can finish gluing it together, and then I can start on another model. So I don't know if I will... Oh my goodness, I've got so many paints. Let's pull out the paints for now. And let's see, I definitely need you. Not sure I need all of my Vallejos. I do need to get everything put into dropper bottles. I do need to put everything into dropper bottles. Because that's killing me. And you. Balthazar Gold. Those are who I really need for the moment. I can wait on other things until after I've gotten those done. And let's start with... Let's just start with the 4, because the 4 I know I've already messed up, and so I don't feel... Actually, the 4 is holding up pretty decently. It's my all my 0 and below brushes are wrecked, which is bad. Which is bad. Yeah. I do, but I messed them up, I think, before I had the brush soap in hand. And I'm pretty sure paint got into the ferrule pretty badly, is what I think happened. I think paint got really badly into the ferrule. Let's just... okay. My desk is too crowded right now. Let's get you out of the way. I don't need my vitamins at the ready. My room is currently storing a bunch of stuff for work for my other job. And it'll be out of here over the weekend, and I am so excited to do a big room clean on Saturday afternoon, Saturday or Sunday. I'm so excited. I'm going insane. I'm going completely insane. I'm going completely insane from that. Alright. How's the focus, by the way? Because I've been testing out things with the camera quite a bit, so let me know if the focus is okay. And now I already got it all over my fingers. You were too low with the hands? Let's see. Does the autofocus catch up? Does the autofocus ever catch up? Let's try something here. We don't actually care about the schedule of today. Okay, okay. Yeah, autofocus is a real nightmare for me. I'm testing out a new program that I think will only autofocuses on reset, which is actually pretty good compromise. For calligraphy, I prefer to just do pure manual because it wants to focus on my hands. The trouble right now is that my desk is so goddamn crowded. I can't I can't put anything in a comfortable location. That's what I'm currently suffering from right now. Everything is in a bad location. There, this is a lot better. I mean, if I had like the big money, right? If I had the big money, I'd have completely separate desk stations for my painting streams, for my calligraphy streams, and for cooking streams, and then just a completely separate one for gaming. I just realized that there's where I'm directly putting my hands in front of the camera. Just directly in front of the camera. Hold on, let me recalibrate. Oh god, there's so much chaos. Okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe? Where the hell do you put the camera, when you're painting, Nagi? Because it's like everywhere I put it, it's like right getting caught by my, hands. On your shoulder. Oh, I was talking about the hand cam. I was talking about for your face tracking. For your face tracking. Where do you put your tracking cam? Shoulder's a pretty good idea. This is obviously like flat above, you know, my, on table height. Yeah, that's where I've got it right now. My table's too damn small. Table is too damn small. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. Let's actually pull this in a little bit. Okay. A little bit more. Okay. Just the sheer geometry of everything that's happening right now is going to give me a headache. But I think we've got a location. I think we've got a set of locations that's going to work for us. So let's She was happy about it, Mick. She was happy that you got her some stuff. She was happy. She was here expressing gratitude to you earlier. This is the way that really torpedo friends. This is the way that really torpedo friendships is by telling them they actually like each other. I'm like, no, you guys are these two get along. You should be nice to each other. I'm truly the disaster. I'm truly the nightmare here. This is my supervillain story. I'm like it's like an apex predator being introduced to a new ecosystem, but instead of it being a predator, it's just being extroverted. This obviously makes no sense. Stokoku. Hello. My favorite philosopher is probably Zhuangzi. Probably Zhuangzi. And I think it's mostly for the sheer challenge of making anything that Zhuangzi says remotely practical or useful. I think that there's this sheer challenge of trying to make any of his shit useful for actually living your life, rules, and is admirable. I love Zhuangzi. You should read Zhuangzi. You should read Zhuangzi. I really like the Zhuangzi. Yeah. Quirkily inconvenient. Yeah. It's Chinese, so it's Zhuangzi. It's one of the oldest books of Taoist philosophy. ctext.org has the James Legge translation available. It is worth noting that James Legge is not always the best translator. For example, one of his lines from it is that Lathe of Heaven line, right? Like Legge is where we got it. Let me look up the specific line. I gotta find my keyboard again. Lathe of Heaven. So yeah, James Legge is responsible for to let understanding stop at what cannot be understood is a high attainment. Those who cannot do it will be destroyed upon the lathe of heaven. So there's a problem with this translation. There's a really big problem with this translation. And that's that China didn't have lathes when Zhuangzi was alive. By like hundreds of years. Yeah, Legge just fucked it. But that's the one that's available on ctext.org. Actually, you know what? Here. There we go. Disconnected from my own chat. There we go. So that's the ctext.org. It's free. And that is the James Legge translation, so it's not it's very 19th century, right? It's very 19th century, and it's not always the most accurate. Yeah, Nagi, how many games have you managed to get in of Trench Crusade? Because I've only gotten in one. And Stotoku, Mandarin would not help you here. Mandarin would not help you. This is classical Chinese. Modern Chinese will not save you here. Crap. Yeah, I've only managed to get in one. You're friends with me. You're friends with me. But also I will not play with you in person. So, yeah, Tohu Bohu was in here earlier. Tohu Bohu, who was in here earlier, it has been the one who's been teaching on my server, and we've gotten in one game so far. I'm hoping to get in a couple more. I'm hoping to get in a couple of more. Finding meat space friends. Yeah, I mean, can't wait to paint some demons. I am, of course, as mentioned, my immediate reaction to all of this was I need to play the Muslims, right? Like, that was my immediate reaction on Trench Crusade. Like, we gotta get Muslim up in here. Just not even a moment's hesitation from me. The witch levitating a bomb is so funny. Yeah, you gotta be the Iron Sultanate. I did play the one game I've played as I played as House of Wisdom. And I think the next time I want to play as the Fide sub-assassin, the Fide subgroup, because I do like movement tricks a lot. I am an Eldar player, right? I am an Eldar player. I'm an elf guy. I think movement tricks are really fun and cool and sexy. I think movement tricks are really fun and cool and sexy. And I want to do more of them. And yeah, I also, like, I just kind of have this thing about being, like, kind of contrarian in my war games. Tau don't have that many movement tricks, Emperor's Armpits. They're too stand and deliver for me. I do like the Tau a lot, but they're too stand and deliver for me. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we did talk about that mix. Like in real-time games, like I don't have it in me to do like all of that like tricky cool micro. So like when a turn-based game like lets me do it, I'm like pretty into it. Yeah, you kind of can Emperor's Armpits, but that's like whether or not that even works is going to be like very dependent on the latest balance pass. Because most of the time the way you play Tau is you just broadside people. And like that's standard play for Tau. You know, Eldar, they're gonna bring back Phantasm in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, they like their rifle lines. It's honestly been really funny to watch their balance over the last couple of years because they are not. The Games Workshop does not know what to do with them. Games Workshop does not know what to do with the Tau. For shit. They are lost on what to do with the Tau. I don't really know why I'm bothering to paint this much of the back of the shield, but here we are. But yeah, they do not know what to do with the Tau. Because like every once in a while the Tau are just absolutely incredible. And then 90% of the time they just blow. They just like don't do anything. They are suffering from that. I also think that they are suffering from, honestly, I think in general they're not very good game designers. I think the game just doesn't have enough dimensions to support the sheer variety of factions they have. Like, you compare, and specifically the way that they do faction balance, where it's about additive, unique rules. Like, honestly, again, like compare 40k to Infinity, right? Compare 40k to Infinity, where Infinity has way more verbs for what a faction can be about, and uses them much more sparingly. Is much more cautious and much more sparing. Called Gaze Workshop. I mean, obviously, Kirill, this is the world is ready. I think the world is ready for your vision. I think the world is ready for your vision. Bang Bravern, nice. Nice. Yeah, let's get across here. Okay. So we've gotten a first layer down on the shield. We've gotten a first layer down on the no, wrong one, wrong paint bucket. Okay, let's clear out that. Let's clear out that. I am absolutely not mass painting shields, Nagi. Nagi, I am not trying to get things done. I am moving so slowly. Romans marked platoon leaders. The main way they would mark platoon leaders is by the crest. So, like, having the crest go this way marks out somebody as a standard legionnaire, whereas having it go horizontal marks out as a centurion. They didn't really go down to the platoon level. They didn't make it go down to the platoon level. This is this guy's shield. That was one of my favorites, but this is this guy's shield. This is this guy's shield. This is just this guy's shield. Shields, though, would not typically be marked quite like that for the Romans. The Roman shields we have are all pretty standard marking. You would mark the flag. Yeah, dual wielding shields. I mean, that's a sick build. Dual shields. Dual shields. The shield brother. These shields are like weirdly incoherent, though, I will say that. These shields are very weirdly incoherent. Hold on, this guy needs to be. Because you can, I mean, the fact of the matter is that if you get punched in the face with the boss of a shield, like, it's gonna break some bones, right? Like, it's gonna be pretty debilitating. Okay, let's get some edges on here, make it look a little bit aged. I really should be dry brushing this one. I really should be drying at this point. You probably out. Out of what? Let's load this guy up a little bit. Or is that you probably ought? Yeah, I could. This is literally the first guy in the unit, though, so I'm trying to make him, like, pretty bog standard. I'm trying to make him pretty unremarkable. I tend to like to get a little bit more creative, when I get further into the unit. That tends to be the way I like to do it. Yeah, I think that just getting a little bit of the edge. Just a little bit of the edge. just a little bit of the edges here. Oh yeah, probably yeah, absolutely, yep. You know, it's honestly, yeah, there's a lot of ways they can fuck you up in life, right? There's a lot of, it's one of those things that's like really kind of scary to think about, is like how fragile your body is. How fragile your body is, right? There's definitely a part of me that doesn't like to think about it at all. This is the reason why I don't like, even though like I know it's like standard medical practice, I don't like that Wikipedia pages just have like late stage necrosis and stuff. Am I a skeleton man? I think skeletons are cool. I'm obviously, I mean, this is an undead faction, right? So like, I do think skeletons are cool. I don't like being aware of my skeletons. I do not like being aware of my bones. I do not like it. Makes me quite nauseous. I'm actually pretty squeamish. Legitimately, there's a very real chance that I could have gone to medical school if I wasn't so goddamn squeamish. Getting into medicine in the US is very based on like a single test. And I'm very good at standardized tests. And I also have a chemistry degree. So I probably could have gotten into medical school if it wasn't for the fact that I am so goddamn squeamish. Like, I can handle an emergency, right? I can if somebody is injured, I can handle it. But I'm drained afterwards. I feel so awful afterwards. I feel so awful afterwards. Oh, I do care. No, see, Mix, the thing is, like, if I see somebody get injured, I, like, feel it immediately. I, like, so, like, I can put that aside, that feeling aside, if there's, like, an emergency and I can do anything about it. But if I can't do anything about it and I'm just, like, chilling, I just, like, see somebody, I'm just like, ugh. It really takes me out, and it's, like, why I don't tend to like horror films very much, is that I'm just, like, I get really intellectual. I like have to be super intellectual about it. I like can't not take it super intellectually. Yeah, for me it's like almost anything that punctures the skin. For me, like, it can be incredibly unrealistic. Honestly, I probably only did well with all the horror games that I've played on stream because I was on stream. I think if I'd just been chilling them on my own, I would just be like, oh, this is so gross. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about this shield at the moment. Nagi Lausha. Nagi Lausha, how is this looking to you? Looks great. That's really good to hear. That's really good to hear. I'm gonna add a little bit more silvering to the sword, just to make it look a little bit more weathered. Just add a little bit of some weathering appearance to it. A little bit of shine there. The shield is definitely the eye draw. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. See, the part that I thought I did really well on was back here. This is where I'm feeling like I did some good work. Is back here. Is on the back cape. The front I think I did a little bit worse. I think I did a little bit worse. But I think I did good back here. Yeah, thank you both of you. Thank you both of you. Yeah, Nagi, you were like 2 days after we did. Sorry, hold on a second. Like right after we did our stream, these arrived. Like 2 or 3 days afterwards. Yeah. We were working when Nagi was on. We were working with very limited red options. And let's get in here. Yeah. I was having a good time. I actually had a really good time. With Coach Nagi. You helped a lot, Nagi. Don't downplay yourself. Look at her. She's in chat, and all of a sudden she's being like demure. She's being demure and humble while she's in chat. Nagi, you helped a lot. You helped a ton. All right. I think now we... My dry palette's kind of messed up right now because it's too cold. Like, it's though I think the water's frozen. It lets her be bossy without being bossy. So true. I think I'm actually going to assemble this. Next time I'll teach you advanced techniques. All right. I'll not ask you to come on right now because I'm going to be doing another guy, I think. I'm just going to do another guy. And I think I'm just going to try to keep it very basic. Are you going to be mean? Is that what you're warning me about? Or is it sound warning? Oh, okay. Actually, that sounds excellent. That actually sounds perfect. That sounds ideal. That sounds like the ideal Nagi experience. So let me attach this Let me attach this shield, and then I will hop on. Attach, damn you. No, I am really excited to have a drugged up snake. That sounds wonderful. Okay, it's not quite sticking yet, but... It's like the heavy, but it's Yaku heavy instead. That rules. That rules. Nagi, are you going to be on your server? Can't take advantage of the snake collab. Let me get this. Stick, damn you, stick. Okay, let's just... Okay, it's sticking a little bit. Let's get this out of the way. Let's get this gentleman out of the way. And I will kill my music on my end. Okay, oh, it's the stream snake. It's the stream snake. Hello, hello. Hold on. Collab is not up yet. There we go. There we go. Collab is live now. Oh my goodness. I'm being rated by... Hold on. You sound amazing right now. But I don't have the sources. The sources are wrong. They can't hear you. They can see you. Discord. Where? Discord, Nagi. Test Nagi.
Hello?
There you are. You sound amazing. First, but before...
What that's supposed to mean, man? What the fuck? I swear to God! Oh my God!
Hold on, let me say hello to the raiders who came in while you're joining the call. Hello, Beazle, and hello, raiders. Welcome in.
Hey, Beazle.
Beazle VT. I believe you are also doing War Thunder. I have 2 different people raided me from War Thunder today so far. At Beazle.
They know.
Warframe! Oh, perfect. The much better war game to play.
Warframe. You played the Warframe 1999 or whatever the fuck. That shit seems cool. I haven't played it yet because I thought it was a standalone game, but then it wasn't, so I didn't play it.
They're sickos over there. They don't do like anything standalone. It's amazing.
Because I started Warframe last time I played Warframe, like I got addicted. Like I played it way back in the day before there was factions you could level up in. So
that's a long time ago. Yeah.
And I leveled all factions to max. That's what happened. Even the stupid ass vent kids, it wasn't worth it at all.
The vent kids is extremely not worth it. That's a terrible one. Oh, you got your Xbox account up on PC. I have played over 3,000 hours of Warframe. It is my most played game.
I'm a Grandmaster Founder in Warframe.
I'm not Founder. I joined Warframe. I was about 6 months late to being Founder.
Yeah, I have the Leto Prime.
Yeah, I don't have Leto.
What you get for the Grandmaster.
Yeah, you do. I joined a couple months late for that one, but I've got 3,000 hours. It's my most played game by far. I love Warframe. I
actually only ever bought a Founders Pack in 2 different games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them freaking fell through.
Okay.
Even though it was cool as hell, and one was Warframe. The other one was the Secret World.
Oh yeah, I know you. The Secret World is a very Nagi game.
The Secret World is like the best goddamn MMO ever created. And people hated it, and they're insane. They don't understand.
That's because MMO fans are terrible. MMO fans are terrible.
Yeah.
We should not respect them. We should not respect the MMO fan.
I've been wanting to make like a group to play through all the content of the Secret World Legends on stream before it goes away forever. But nobody wanna do it.
I might be talkable into that. Because I need to put in the effort to not get sucked into to doing fucking Final Fantasy 14 because like I know like a billion.
It's a trap, bro. Like don't do that shit.
I've played a lot of 14. I just also know that like, it's also it's not like my favorite. It's just like I'm willing to do a lot to play with people who I already like, right? Like that's the trick there. Is like if I already like people, I'm willing to like suffer a lot. Okay, I'm trying to follow your advice from last time, Miss Snick. So first things up is dry brushing the armor in bronze.
Yeah.
And hello, Tigoran. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? For me, Warframe was the like post-work game for like a decade. It was the like I go to work and then I get off and then This is too wet. This is still too wet.
Warframe was like, I was sitting there with a fucking spreadsheet of all that shit I still needed from the void, and I was farming that shit religiously.
I remember doing that.
I was like, dude, fucking insane, dude. Can you trade me parts? I don't have all the
almost
parts.
certainly can. It depends on how recent it is. If it's
I can trade you parts for ancient stuff.
I mean, that's what I've got though. That's the problem. That's the problem. Is like almost all my playtime was like 2018. Like
I was like farming mods, right? Like that with a lot of people from my community, and then like there's like these dual damage mods, right?
Yeah, the dual
like,
damage
they have
mods
like
are good.
Damage, multi-shot, damage, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And some of them are really rare, and we were like, okay, how are we gonna get these? And then I realized I already have a set of them.
Yeah.
And we're like, how the fuck do I have the set? And the reason is I played Tetris Doom as an event. like the real ancient stupid shit that happened in the first few months of Warframe. And I'm like, oh, I see. I already have it.
The part the part that I've never quite recovered from is when they got good writing.
See, my favorite part of Warframe is playing with the necromac. Have you unlocked that?
I don't like. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the necromac is funny.
Deimos is my favorite area in the game. It's by far the best. And the necromac is my favorite thing. And I don't have all the mods because like they're really
they take forever
to get.
Yeah,
because you have to like get specific kind of tiles to the rare spawns, and then you need to like do really. It's easier now. Okay, maybe I'll go to Warframe one of these days. I'll do one Warframe stream, okay?
I'll do a Warframe stream with you, Nagi. Into that. I'll do it with you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my favorite frame, let's see, it's I enjoy Nova.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I was in the, back in the day they had like people that in the Grandmaster Founders vote on the names for frames, and Nova was voted on, and I didn't vote for Nova because that's a stupid name.
It's too English.
And
it's too English. Yeah.
I forgot what my actual recommendation was, but the worst thing about this is Octavia. Like that was also a vote, and Octavia is named fucking Octavia because this goddamn community was filled with bronies back then.
Oh, interesting.
A character called Octavia in like My Pony cartoon.
I genuinely thought it was for Octavia Butler. Genuinely thought it was for Octavia.
And I had like a way better suggestion, but you couldn't win because it's the fucking bronies. Yeah, it's the violin horse or whatever, right? Like, that's why she's named that. I just want you to know that shit. It's very important to understand that.
I do understand that now, and that's very funny. Also, Flamebird Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
And also, like, you really don't need to name every fucking female frame something A, right? Like, that really doesn't have to be the... That really doesn't have to be.
That's a Latin. That's the problem with like English having like all this like weird Latin root stuff that like we don't really obey all that much.
Can we like how about we have like some actual Hindi influence? How about that?
I still say the Gar is my least favorite.
Some Chinese stuff, but it was like freaking Wukong and shit. Like because of course it is. Like what can you do? And then they and Neja, right? Like the Lotus Prince, right?
Do you know why Gara is named Gara?
I have no idea.
It's the worst frame. It's the worst frame name. Despite the fact that Gara is like actually my favorite frame to play. I love. I
think I unlocked it, but I don't have Gara Prime. I only have a few parts of Gara Prime.
Gara is really good for me, the man with incredibly bad ADHD, because she has her whole thing is like a stacking combo that stacks infinitely as long as you do it perfectly every 30 seconds.
I think Nidus is also pretty cool. I love playing Nidus.
Oh, of course you love Nidus. Of course you do. Nidus is obviously named that for StarCraft reasons, which is pretty embarrassing.
There's also a Serpent frame now, like the Alchemist one.
Oh, the Alchemist one's good. The Alchemist one is good.
Yeah, that's the snack frame. It has snack power.
But the Gara is named Gara because how do you say glass in Japanese?
Oh no. Bro, what the fuck?
It's so bad. It's definitely the worst. It's the worst one. It makes me so mad.
Stupid ass shit, dude.
It's definitely the worst name for a frame.
I'm gonna be real with you. The real issue that I have with Warframes is that the concepts for the Warframes are so stupid. Like, the truth is, the worst thing about Warframe is that you play as a Warframe. That's like actually the truth. Like, you know what was cool when you played as Carl? That was like the best mission.
Everybody did love Carl. Everybody loved Carl. Yeah. No, the new war's insane. It's completely.
The new war is like, dude, I would pay $25 just for that as a game. I would do that. Like, actually, like I would lay down $25.
No, I still think it's completely, because like we're old heads, right? So, like, it's still fucking crazy to me that they just suddenly got good at writing out of nowhere. Like, it's wild.
Dude, it was always kind of there, but they never actually, like,
they just didn't committed. They never committed, and it's not until Fortuna.
I'm kind of not so sure how much I like the weird kind of part where you go back to the ship, right? And then there's, like, force ghosts there of all the people that died, and they're like, hey...
That one I'm not as big on, but, like...
They're developing into weird-ass void angels, and now you gotta kill the void angels.
No, they don't have... It's not uniformly good writing. It's just periodically very good writing. Like, again, Fortuna, I think, is incredibly well written.
The whole story with Carl is, like, amazing. I love Carl.
Carl
and
rules.
also, I think they went a little bit off into the deep end conceptually when they did the weird ass alternate universe bullshit.
Oh, they did go too much.
Picture book world.
They did too much with that. Yeah, they just lean too heavily into something that's like...
This entire thing where it's like there's choices that diverge paths, and the choice was like, basically, they spoil, like, the choice was, do you take the deal with the man in the wall, right? That's the choice that diverges the timelines here. And I'm like, okay, bro, I see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that that one they overcommitted on. Like, I
honestly still think that the Warframes is still the worst part of the world building.
Of the world building. Okay. I was like, from a gameplay perspective, I like them. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna be real, right? Like, this entire thing, like, there was one random deep space catastrophe that created immortal children that are used as weapons and became like a mainstay of technology there, and there's no actual like attempts to replicate that process or whatever the fuck. I'm like, I understand this is like a very science fantasy thing, but like, other than that, a Warframe is like very almost... It seems unbelievable to me, is what I'm saying.
In which part? The part where they like don't try to do it again?
Yes, okay. I feel that like that seems like such an immense discovery that happened there, right?
It is cromulent
because there's some stuff there, right? Like where on Deimos you learn that there were people that studied the man in the wall and they studied that kind of stuff. Yeah. But I feel that event is such a massive, important event that never gets seen as like a scientific breakthrough in the way that it was, that it is like actually important. It seems like they were just actually looking at this and was like, oh cool, immortal, let's go, brother. Like, I
will say that it is consistent with the way that the Orokin lived, which is they just like, they do everything once and then they just like throw it in the bin like little children. Like, their society is so fucking dumb. The Orokin society is so fucking dumb. And it's like, everything in Orokin society is just making increasingly insane one-off weapons to deal with the consequences of the previous insane one-off weapon until they go extinct. Because the Orokin are very funny like that.
So they created the sentients, and then the sentients fought them, and like,
and hello, Rockets Me. I should probably change my stream from just chatting to minis, but... Here we go.
I will also say that the corpus underwent like a little bit of a transformation.
Yeah.
Because they were like very one-dimensional in what they were doing, right? And I feel that the whole like thing about their leader returning, who is kind of a douchebag, but he also has some kind of business ethics, right? Makes some interesting thing. Like, the thing about the corpus was...
Are you talking about Parvos Granum?
Yeah, like so the
Granum's
thing
funny
about the
as
corpus
fuck.
before that, right? The corpus were just like some asshole businessmen, right? Like they had no morals. Everybody was just out for profit, and everything that all their stories about somebody can make more money, and maybe somebody else wants to make the money.
It's MMLM universe, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then Granum comes back, and he's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Because he's not actually okay with anything. He's not okay with like
he's like what
method.
people want Satoshi Nakamoto to be, right?
He basically said like the quote is something like, you demand that others sweat in your stead, right? Like he has like some kind of actual ethic about like some weird version of personal meritocracy and merit going on there, right? Like it's I don't know, like to what degree, right?
Well,
but he doesn't agree with like the current way that society is run, right?
Yeah,
like,
he's like a new type of reactionary. Yeah.
So he was originally, the thing was that like what I got at the Granum was actually kind of a revolutionary, because in his time his people were downtrodden, and the only way to exist in a society where the Orokin are basically an oligarchy that can't be defeated is by catering to them in a way.
Yeah, so suck up to the oligarchs.
That allows you to get power of your own, because now they are dependent on your services, right? And that's why he was seen as a revolutionary figure. And now this is because the Orokin are gone. Mm-hmm. It's no longer the case. They're just the oppressors now, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the thing I like about the Warframe world building in a lot of ways is like how much everything is just like deep post-apocalypse, right? That like, and it's like the thing that you learn about it, right, is that the Orokin suck. It's not like this. The Orokin are like claimed to be a golden age, but
the only Orokins that still exist are like completely dysfunctional socially, and or complete psychos, right? Like the one Orokin that still exists. There's
Ballas, and then there's the family
Ballas,
on.
Then the family, which are like have problems that are so transparent.
Yeah, the family is honestly funny. The family is honestly really funny, like writing, because it's like it's so obvious that they give so few shits about anybody who is not literally other Orokin that they clearly view like even the Tenno and as like non-people. Like they clearly view you as like a dog, right?
They do.
That like they can't really grapple with the consequence of the fact that like you are the remnants of a
like the problem is that the Tenno are actually the only real living remnants of their society.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're taking forward what the Orokin did, and they're like, yeah, but it feels like they adopted a new family dog and the dog bred the family together. It's fucking weird.
It's like a really funny like children's movie premise, right? There's like Beethoven. There's like shitty like 90s talking dog movie premise right there. Like, all right, that's one layer down. Wait, no, hold on. I need some pauldrons. The Entrati aren't actually Oregon. There's so many. Why are there so many slave races? What is with the Orokin in this? What is their deal?
The Orokin apparently, for whatever reason, preferred slave labor over automation. It's fucking weird. Like, you know that automation is like super possible in their society, but for whatever kind of ideological reason, they would rather have slaves do the work.
I mean, the one like true Orokin we interact with is Ballas, right? And Ballas is just an asshole. Like he's like just a monstrous asshole. He's like fucking Xenophon.
Sentients are they're like more than automated, right? They're sentient, as their name says.
No, the Orokin have made a very the Orokin the Orokin are just kind of like hubris, right? They're like every fictional story you've got about hubris. That's the Orokin.
And then you have like the like in a way, right? Like the Kuva queens or whatever, they want to become Orokin because apparently the Kuva was like what gave Orokins their power or whatever. They were drinking that shit and it made them immortal.
The queens are pretty funny. Yeah.
They are pretty funny.
I like that. I figure that you're a big fan of the queens. They're goofballs. They're...
No, Carl don't fight for queen. He only fight for brother.
You only fight for brother. I mean, in a way, Call is just kind of like the like recognition by the game that they really fucking cooked with Clem, and they need that to be something the players can do.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that reads to me. Is like the people want to play as the orcs, right? Like
they do.
They do. This is why, as I always say, anybody who played Alliance on purpose, absolute sicko. Absolute freaks. Only the freaks played Alliance.
That's what I fucking said.
Yeah.
But like people just play Alliance. I don't know what's wrong with these men. Like I don't get it. Like I would only ever play Horde.
I can respect people who play the Night Elves for pervert reasons. If you're playing the Night Elves for pervert reasons, that's like respectable.
That no longer matters because the Horde has the Nightborn now.
That's true.
See, so you had just unlocked the Nightborn, and then you can be a pervert again.
I mean, you can be a pervert with the Horde in all sorts of ways, but like...
Yeah, they have the muscle mummies. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah,
but then again, they have Kultira and humans now. They're also pretty muscle mummy, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. The goblins. The goblins, man. The goblins. I played Goblin. I played a Goblin DK.
Goblin is fucking base, dude. I love Goblin. They are apparently meta too because of the rocket boots.
Yeah, no, the rocket boots is a really strong ability. It's a really strong ability, especially for melee classes.
They also have the weird Fennekin creatures. The fox, the Vulperas.
The number of times I have dropped this goddamn thing. Let's angle down a little bit more. Lightforged Draenei for some reason. Okay, huh. I can believe that. That makes perfect sense.
If the Horde got the Lightforged Draenei, that would have been the funniest shit ever.
I don't know shit about this because I stopped playing this a long time ago.
They would have lost their shit, dude. Like, I swear to God. But, yeah, no, the Horde now has, like, the old orcs, right? Like, from an alternate universe or whatever, where they are, like, not green. They are not
the red
untouched by the red orcs. And you can have the Nightborn, the High Mountain Tauren that got the blessing of some kind of weird like nature god that are now moose people.
Cool, good for them.
I leveled up one of them just because they have a fishing skill where they get like double fish sometimes. So
of course you did.
I did like the Legion quest to get the Underlight Angle legendary fishing rod for my main, and then when they released that, I did it again to get it on the High Mountain Tauren.
This lady just likes to watch bars go up, man. Like,
dude, I love bars.
Love bars. You're the other type of Warframe player from me, because I'm the guy who like, I think like fully like 2/3 of my Warframe playtime, I had no equipment that could gain mastery, or anything. Like I was just pure vibes.
You know what I fucking hate about Warframe? Fucking Eidolon raids. Like, I never get what's going on. Like, I'm trying to shoot the different areas. I try to shoot different areas of them, and it doesn't really matter. They're like weird, tiny, like nodules and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
I can give you the whole walkthrough when we do it, but it's they're actually not that bad. The trouble is that there's a bunch of things going on, and also because of the fact that they are speed runnable, if you do it with like pickup groups, they're always insane assholes about it.
Dude, I have like a Kuba shotgun or something. If I shoot that thing, it fucking flies to the next country. Like, I don't.
No, I'm just saying like they're not gonna.
I don't know.
They're not gonna tell you. The people who are like really into doing Kuva who are really into doing the Eidolon raids are like absolute freaks. They do not understand the Tao of Warframe. Yeah, Warframe is not generally good at boss fights. Like that's true. I think Warframe is just generally not good at boss fights. The one thing that I did in
Warframe is just like way from back in the day. I have the Glaive Prime, right? And apparently the Glaive Prime is the most cracked weapon in the game now.
Interesting.
You throw that thing out and then you explode it.
Yeah.
And it creates a slash proc, and everybody around you that does 10 billion damage and sends them to the afterlife immediately.
Nice.
Like it goes through armor It goes through everything.
That's how slash damage works. Like, slash damage is fun. Slash damage is fun. This is why people paid like $18 bajillion for Kuva not Kuva for ribbons for comb ribbons that had status procs on them before Kuva comb existed.
Do you remember the time when Maiming Strike rode Supreme? That was great.
I do remember.
Maiming Strike was like the mod. It was like the absolute mod.
I absolutely remember Memeing Strike. Yeah.
Dude, I had like 8 of those and I sold them for big money banks. It was crazy. I was farming the shit out of that.
Hell yeah. Okay, now I'm doing this silver layer with the silver paint that you don't like very much.
I also randomly just had a ton of those mods where you have to farm like plants on Earth.
Yeah. If you
10 billion of those, I checked that and I was like, oh my god.
Yep. Actually, as like weird ways to farm with people for like plat farms, that's like really not one of the bad ones. That one does not feel too bad to me.
Yeah, farming plants is like cool. I love plants.
You just go. I mean, who was I talking with? Who was I talking with? Was it you? Like the underutilization of Pokemon Snap?
Yes, I brought that up where I was like, there should be a Pokemon Snap, but you're actually going through hell and it's Dante's Inferno.
Yeah.
And you look at shit and you're like, wouldn't that be fucked up? Damn.
Yeah.
And you just take pictures of the damn souls when they're tortured. And then when you actually see when the devil drives the pitchfork into a guy's anus, right? Like that's like the highest score. You just have to wait for that.
I like this. It would also be a fun excuse to have a game that has art from Death of the Reprobate style art.
Dude, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing, dude. Oh my god.
We gotta get. I gotta talk with Babinka Bear about this. She's like a big Bosch super fan. Big Haranos. Yeah, big Haranos Bosch super fan.
Bosch.
Yeah, Bosch. Am I saying it wrong? I don't know. I don't speak these three.
It's Bosch.
It's Bosch. Like
yeah.
It's Bosch fight.
It's the same as the power tool company, Bosch, right?
We don't have that power company.
Bosch, you have that in America. Bosch tool, no. It's the green and the weird blue teal ones. It's Bosch.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, Bosch pot. Tigger knows about that shit.
What power tools do I have?
Dude, I have a Bosch professional sander. That's
of course
amazing.
You do.
I love the sander.
Of course you got the sander. I put on way too much
Yeah,
silver.
I use it to sand that. I'm gonna use it to sand down the tables in my stream studio.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hey, yeah, brother, I showed that shit to Mix and he said I did a good job in building them. I'm so proud. Mix, tell him how cool my stream box is. Tell him that. He must know about it. I'm sorry, I'm just bragging now.
you should brag. I mean, it's honestly funny because like I've seen some of your shit, right? You've shown me some of your shit, and I remember in particular your 3D printing setup, and I was like, this is like bigger than my apartment. Like,
this is the industrial sector is what that's called.
This is like bigger than like this is like the size of like my bathroom, kitchen, bedroom combined. Like if I had that kind of space, I would feel like a king. I would be like unstoppable.
I am the absolute queen of reality.
Not kidding. Not kidding about being loopy. Not kidding about that one. Shane Beksinski is dead. I do not know this Beksinski.
This Beksinski was like a surrealist painter that painted visions of hell. It was crazy.
Good for him. Good for him. We need more of that in this world.
His paintings are like next level shit, okay? Like, dude, I wish there was like a war game similar to Trench Crusade all based on Beksinski. Like, with non-Euclidean models.
Yeah.
That would be yeah, Stanislav Basinski.
That is sure as hell a name that is easy for Americans to. That's very easy for me with my American English accent to pronounce.
Stanislav Basinski. You should.
Love to have nothing but consonants. Okay.
Stanislav Basinski.
Okay, putting this in my tab, in my windows, my window that's all. Oh yeah, he lived a decently long life.
I think he was murdered. Actually, he was
75.
I might be lying.
He was murdered. Yeah, he was murdered. He was murdered over a loan. Oh yeah, I've seen this art. This guy rocks. I've seen this art. This is great. Yeah, this guy rocks. This guy rocks. I was expecting you to be referring to somebody who's been dead for like at least like 200, 300 years. No. This guy's relatively recent. This guy's relatively recent. This guy's like my age. Like somebody I could have met. I am fucking busted up, I will say, today.
About what?
About the big news about David Lynch.
David Lynch is dead?
Yeah. He died today.
Fucked up, dude.
Fucked up.
I have never actually seen a David Lynch movie because I haven't seen shit, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
That's like how it works.
I'm gonna
Didn't
watch.
David Lynch also write scripts for games? Isn't there like some kind of whatever dogs or whatever is by him, right?
Nintendogs. Imagine if Nintendogs.
No, it's not Nintendogs. It's like about two guys doing bank heists and running for breaking out of prison or some stuff.
Watch Dogs.
No. It's like that's the only game I ever played. What was the?
Sorry, just imagining David Lynch's Watch Dogs.
That would be pretty insane. No, but he did one that was called something Dogs.
Gilbert Gottfried died also pretty young. As did Alan Rickman. I'm kind of going crazy about this. That like, meanwhile, fucking Kissinger lives to nearly a fucking 100 and is like doing like actual appearances that have political power and meaning up until like his late 90s. And it's like, come on. No man on this planet deserves to be dead more than this one. Absolutely no justice. Being completely fucking evil makes you live longer, apparently. Alright. Oh, I forgot to do the mahogany layer. Whoopsie doodle. Alright. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be doing some David Lynch later tonight. Gonna watch either some combination of Lost Highway and that's bad. Lost Highway and
Highway Most Lost.
You're highly lost. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch some combination of Lost Highway and Elephant Man tonight.
I'm gonna be mad when Jodorowsky dies. That's gonna be fucked up. Maybe he's already dead. I don't even know, man. Like, I just like, don't tell me if he is. I don't need to know about that shit.
It stinks. It stinks to watch old masters die, and then it's just like, who is young and good at this point?
It's okay. I can do it. Just give me the budget. I can do it. I'm crazy.
I mean, being crazy is an extremely essential component to this, right?
This is true. There hasn't been a good actual artist that isn't insane. So I've been cultivating my insanity for years, bro. Like I don't know.
Just building up your insanity meter like it's a eternal darkness.
Yes. I've been staying in dark corners to build it up for years.
Yeah. That's what snakes are adapted for, right? This is why we need more snake artists. This is why we need more snake artists, is for their additional insanity points that they get from being good at crawling into small dark places. This is what we got to do. This is how this all works.
It's gonna save us one of these days. The salvation is upon us.
I mean,
if you
I'm fucking
shall
hoping.
believe on the serpent, you will be saved. If not, you shall remain among the accursed.
The accursed who get to read Google AI summaries of artwork.
You only get like AI art at that point, like only AI movies.
Only the AI movies. The freaking AI movie that just came out that people were bragging about that just like looks awful.
Which one is it?
It was like a short film about a woman in a spaceship, and it's like very obviously based on like porn drawings.
You know what?
And not like good ones.
I vibe, okay? There is like a certain thing about this. It's like somebody that clearly creates porn. Makes like other media, it's often pretty good. Right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You
this
know,
is the reverse of that.
Yeah.
This is the reverse of that. This is the exact reverse of that. This is like, well, I mean, this is the thing that I remember Hannah Mimi saying this. Like, there's nothing like worse that she's seen in her life than a tutorial on how to draw stockings that wasn't drawn by a pervert.
Yeah, no,
It,
that's
offended
how
her
it
deeply
is.
to her soul.
You have to actually, like, if you want to like draw anything like stockings or like any article of clothing, any body part, you see those tutorials and you know who's the fetishist, right? And those are the people that you need to those are the people that you need to listen to. They understand this.
This is why you shouldn't you need to like not listen to any tutorials by me. Like, none of my tutorials are gonna be worth shit because I'm like, what's sex?
What is sex?
What is sex? You know,
I did a tweet earlier today. I didn't even check how it's doing. I was just like, I wish sex was real. I just put that out there into the world.
Let's see.
I just needed to voice that real quick.
Imagine if they invented sex. If sex so good, why not sex too?
Apparently that's like cyber sex or whatever. Fuck no.
Shut up,
Who what?
Mix is yelling at me. Mix is accusing me of being an extremely stupid conservative.
What does anything you just said have to do with Matt Walsh? Who is what?
Matt Walsh is an American political conservative who is.
I have heard of him. I have heard him talk, and I immediately understood that this guy is like has like the most. He's like the absolute center concentration of misplaced confidence.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to put him. That's a good way to describe
him. He's like so confident in himself for absolutely no reason. It's insane to me, right? Like not even Shad, like Shad and Brooks approaches levels of misplaced confidence that Matt Walsh does. He's the master of that shit.
Okay. Now we got an important question here. What kind of skin tone do I want to give this guy? My previous guy had really dark skin tone, so I think I want to do like a lighter skin tone.
Yes. So this guy.
Let's take a look at my colors. Let's take a look at my
colors.
So
what kind of skin tones do you have?
Let's take a look. So what colors are you looking for? Because I've got. So here are some of my yellows.
Well, let's get some browns. Let's get the
Okay.
Do you have actual skin tone colors? You have Bugman's Flash,
I do
right?
I do have Bugman Glow.
So we can actually get Bugman Glow and mix that with like ice yellow and white or whatever and get something like that. And add like a little bit of green to get like a bit of a zombie-ish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like a tiny little bit of green. I know that mixing these pre-mixed colors is always like a gamble with the universe, but you know what? It's like you gotta break some eggs, you know, if you want to create the universe.
Okay, let's shake up this Bugman's
Rome wasn't
Glow.
burned in a day, as they say.
It's true. Rome was not burned in a day. It was burned like a million times before it stuck. All right, let's get this down here. Okay, that's a fair amount. No, I can do more. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Okay. So that's a fair amount of Bugman's glow right there. How many layers should I do? 4? Bless you.
Oh,
it's not bless you. That's a good morning.
I just sneezed and I lost my headphone. I lost it. It's gone.
F's in chat for Nagi's headphones.
You're talking to me right now. I can't hear you. It's impossible.
F's in chat for Nagi. F's in chat.
Where the hell could it go? It's on a cord. It faced into the back rooms. What the hell, brother?
I don't know why I did that. Okay.
I'm gonna need some LA pills.
Some Ella gay pills?
Yeah, hella gay pills, dude. Like, that's what I need.
The pills that make you gay? To go with the beach?
I actually was suggesting to mix this on the palette, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing it on the palette. It's just off screen.
See, you very... Yeah, because what the... It's all gone.
Hmm?
It's not real. Okay, so, where's the Bugman glow?
This is 5 batches of Bugman glow. It's just Bugman's glow right now.
Why did you make so much?
I don't know, because I was autopiloting. You were lost in the sauce and I autopiloted.
Okay, you know what? It's probably a good idea to base coat this in Bugman glow and then like do another skin tone on top, right? Because otherwise it's black and that's bad. So you wanna like have like a base coat of Bugman glow if you wanna already go lighter, right?
Yeah. So I'll go start on that base coating. Start on that base coating, Bugman glow, and that was a brush control disaster right there.
A little bit of brush control disaster.
A little brush control disaster there. Yeah, that happens.
What can you do?
We can't trust Nagi with meds, is what I've learned. This is why the American system is set up the way it is. They're protecting our precious headphones by not letting us have medicine ever.
Ooh, wow.
Me being super into the Roman skeletons is like such a like a betrayal of how I normally play games, where I'm like, oh, I want to be like...
They are one of the cooler factions in this game, right? But
yeah.
like, I will say the Spires are the main attraction, obviously.
I mean, I think that they were smart to be like, no, the Spires is like a mainstay faction. Like, this is not like a... That's a definite misstep in the case of Infinity, where like all the mainstay factions are like the small human faction, and it's like, oh, by the way, on the side there's the combined army.
Yeah, they're the big bats, right? The combined army.
Yeah, I think they fucked up on that one. I think they should have either had no combined army or made it like the main faction.
They should also like maybe like similar to AT-43, where they had mostly human factions, but then there was like Planet of the Apes and stuff. But
I mean, Planet of the Apes is always funny.
The apes, they were the best faction in the game. They were like OP. The apes. I don't know why they made them OP. They had mystical monkey powers.
I think that's good to have mystical monkey powers. They did rework the main medieval Europe faction like this week for Conquest, so they might be more interesting now. But it does feel like a little bit crazy to have a faction that's just like, we got some dudes, and then it's like, yeah, but like they're going up against like undead ancient Rome and orcs riding dinosaurs and stuff like that. Like,
and by the way, there's aliens that like
aliens
went to Earth and now they live here forever.
I've never quite gotten over how funny it is that the alien refugees are just like fuck you, or just none of the other refugees from our system get to come with us. And hello, SimV3. Monkeys and Dominions rock. Monkeys and Dominion are super good. I like the Monkeys and Dominions because they're just pure Hinduism. It's just pure Hindu. They just went super hard on the Hindu mythology.
There should be like a faction in some game that is like about the age in the Azteca people's beliefs. They believed that there was like 5 suns, right? Like so that world ended 4 times, right? But this is the 5th time that basically the 5th sun. And in one of the suns, the world ended because the humans learned the secrets of the mystical monkey powers, and they became weird monkey people. And one of the gods was so pissed about that he burned them all to death. And then the world was ending. And then, like, they should be like, actually, there should be like a faction that is fighting their own god of monkey people, right? They're like in a war with their own god because they are like monkeys now and they must survive. Monkey together strong or whatever the hell.
Ape together strong.
I don't know, it's just a weird idea, okay?
I mean, Dominion is an amazing game, and one of the reasons why it's Dominion is they have Aztec. They do have an Aztec faction built around that thing, but it's the age of bats. It's when the bats ate the sun. It's when cave bats ate the sun. That's the part of the mythology that faction's based around.
I see.
So it's a bunch of evil blood sacrificing bats. Dominion's an insane game. I think they have 5 Aztec factions in that one. Literally a Fate plot. No, not Fate.
That is literally a Fate plot with the monkey people? Dude, no, we're not mentioning Fate, bro. That's not a real thing. That's like, Fate is not actually, like, every time somebody mentions shit that happens in Fate, that's not actually happening. They're just pretending, because Fate's not a actually real thing that exists.
Fate can't happen. Fate isn't real. It can't hurt you. My experience with Fate was that I watched Fate Zero, and the scene with where they get drunk in there's a scene where a bunch of the characters get drunk in a garden and they debate the merits of different types of kingship. It's Gilgamesh and Alexander and Arthur, and everybody's just like, Arthur, you're fucking wrong. Your plans are fucking stupid. This is why everybody betrays you. This is why Lancelot betrayed you. And she's like, oh my fucking god, I can't believe it. Can't believe that me being a prissy sissy was like what got me. It was like what caused the ruin of my kingdom.
Okay, listen.
And that was like really cool.
Fate. All I know about Fate.
Mm-hmm.
There's like mana transfers, okay?
Yeah.
And I don't fucking understand why. It's like some weird kind of sex magic that they're doing there, okay? Like, I don't understand it.
I mean, Fate is kind of like the patient zero of like the porny gacha game. Like they kind of are patient zero for that. For like the Gooner, like Zenless Zone Zero player. Here's a question, Nagi. Here's a question. Do you think this is a skeleton face or like a man face? That's my question.
Show me that. Show me that more.
Let's get it. I might have to do a refocus. Hold on. Let's go in and do a manual refocus.
It looks like a mummy face to me. You know what I mean? It looks like a little bit of like a mummy.
Even closer.
No, you are minimum focal.
Oh, the wrong one.
Oh, that looks more like a skeleton. He has like really sunken eye sockets and stuff.
Yeah, it looks pretty skeleton to me. I think that's focused.
Contra was the original gooning. It was pretty goony. Pretty goon coded.
This is it looks pretty skeleton-y to me. I think it's pretty funny to have a skeleton face on top of a
Honestly, can I say something while I was still on medication?
Yeah.
And don't feel bad about anything I say. I'm kind of like warming up to the gooner stuff. Like, I think it's actually pretty goddamn funny.
I never thought that you weren't, to be honest.
and like I'm thinking about this now, and I think there's a lot of untapped potential, right? Like because I don't know, like we'll see, okay? Like I'm having some stuff brewing in my mind, and it's like a delectable soup of debauchery.
I will be blunt with you, Nagi. I never thought that you were particularly anti-gooner. I never got that impression.
Okay, listen, okay, like there are certain criteria that must be met if I am to agree with the gooning stuff, okay? It has to be sufficiently absurd.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it has to be like, the gooning in the setting or whatever has to be justified in a sufficiently absurd way, and then I'll accept it. Otherwise, I will not accept it because, like, it's not that easy, bro. You can't just put like random freaking lowbrow gooning in there, and I'm okay with that. No, you gotta work a little bit harder than that. You know, like you gotta like. So mana transfer is just about good enough, I feel, but I like to see some even more off the wall shit than that. Okay.
I mean, I am pretty sure that I got at least one person interested in Trench Crusade because they were so horny for some of the art.
Like what art?
See, that's
you mean the female knight with blood over her chest, or like what?
That one, and the female hell assassin.
I see how it is.
Yeah. No, this was low tier, to be honest. Straightforward stuff.
Like what, you want a whole ass ritual? No. You have to like have the weird ass elements that involve sex and like weird titillating stuff. Like be such a weird off the wall element in the setting that it actually kind of like is interesting again. You know what I mean? If you just make a setting where it's like, oh hey, everybody is just like, it's just culturally acceptable to wear like chainmail bikinis and stuff, right? Like it's just a different culture, right? That's stupid. That's like, you have to work harder than that, okay? You have to like do some things that actually make sense, okay, and are interesting. Like it's hard to say because it's a case, but basically I'll know it when I see it, okay? Like I'll know if it's good if I see it. I can't give you an example, especially not right now. My brain feels like it is wrapped in cotton candy, okay? Like you can expect absolutely nothing from me today.
You're giving me plenty. Thank you, Nagi. Expect nothing, get everything.
Mix, you can totally enjoy Gooner content on an intellectual level, okay? I had a friend of mine, you know this, explain to me that their entire interest in different sexual practices is entirely weirdly analytical and like technical about how different things work and how to perfect those actual things, okay? It's like a purely like very intellectual pursuit, okay?
Understandable.
Like,
understandable. Have a good day.
Yeah.
This excludes fondling breasts to recharge a mech pilot. Is that Darling in the Franxx?
It's not distant enough. You don't fucking know that. You're not in their mind.
I mean, that's always the thing, right? Like you never know.
But if you analyze fiction, you already read the fiction and experienced it, so it's too personal. It's no longer an intellectual pursuit, bro. You can no longer do that. That's not allowed. I'm sorry, man. I'm just like
you're just having it. You're just having it out. You're just having it out with your own mod in my chat.
I'm having a good one. I'm having a good one right now.
You're having a good one. You're having a good one. I need you to awaken. I did a little bit of ice white just for skeleton layers, for some bony layers, for some bony boy
cool.
layers.
So you did that. So now what you can do is you can take the ice yellow and mix it into the the boogman.
Yeah, into
the buggity boy.
Into the bugger boy. Okay, let's get a little.
The booga booga.
Little tiny bit.
Bro, have you ever heard of booga booga?
You're gonna have to fill me in because I might have, but it's not.
Dude, how much longer is this stream? I might have to show you something. It's very important.
I was planning on like another 2 hours, I think.
Okay, listen, bro. Like, I know this is like the stupidest suggestion ever, okay? But I have like this video that is really good and interesting that you should watch, right? And I think the best thing that I could do is to not tell you what the hell it is about, right?
I'm going to do a quick pass. A quick pass on this to ask Mix, how much should I trust Nagi in this moment on this one?
Come on. No. Okay, so now what I would do is I would add like a little bit of green to this, like a warm green, like a tiny little speck of warm green.
This one?
Versa, do you know about the Booga Booga? I was like, for 2 years, I wanted to show. Yeah, add that. This is a cold green, by the way, but like, who cares?
I mean, okay, so let's look at my grids. Look at my grids. I was looking for like, I was just looking at like light, not really so much temperature.
It would work too. No, so listen, I wanted to show this video on stream for 2 years, but I've never done it because it's like, I'm scared that some people that see this might see this and like get like lasting damage
okay,
to their brain.
Here are my greens.
No, use the ghost green. The ghost green is the best one. Remember that? Like that when we bought it. I remember
this one.
that.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, the ghost green.
Okay, let's see if I can add just a teensiest little bit to it. Teeniest little bit.
So the problem is that the Booga Booga video is like it's pretty long, and if I am to even explain what it is about, then
the problem is that what the issue that you're hitting on here is that, like, my first thought. My first thought is that, like, when I hear those combination sounds,
too much of the green.
That was the smallest amount I could add.
You were supposed to put it next to the thing and put like your brush into it once and then put it over.
Well, I fucked up. I can start over though. That's the magic of using very tiny amounts of paint at a time. I can just start over. This is why I need to.
It's unlikely to affect you badly. Have you even seen it, Mix? Have I ever shown you that?
I am mostly wondering if this is like. I'm mostly wondering if this is turbo racist.
Mix, it's not racist.
Okay, that was my main consideration, was because like.
It has nothing to do with anything that even exists on this planet. Okay.
Okay.
It is not. It can't be erased. It could technically, I guess. Elon Musk's in the video.
That's pretty bad.
Elon Musk is referenced in the video. Like that's
give me
real.
DM
okay,
me the link. DM me the link.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. It's brain rot. Okay, this is like my personal. Okay, like just I'm gonna tell you this. This is like my personal source of brain rot.
Your personal source of brain rot, not like your experience of it.
No, this video is like nobody on Twitch has ever fucking done a stream about this, as far as I know, right? But I've watched this with some other people, and everybody has reacted extremely violently. Okay, like here.
Okay. I do actually think that.
I'm gonna say, by the way, that this video is extremely long, so it's okay if you only want to watch like the first part of it, because it's actually a video series, right?
Okay, so hold on. When you say extremely long, do you mean like half an hour long? Do you mean 5 minutes? Because I know people who think
it's extremely long, but it's a playlist that is like neatly segmented into different sections. Okay,
how much time do I need? Because I'm willing to spend about 5 minutes on this.
Okay, you can watch the first actual part of this. Is that the one where the main character comes in? That would be good. Wait, let me find this real quick. I'm gonna just need a second here.
She really do be out of it. You really do be out of
it. Shut up! I'm dying. Where is it?
There's a little tiny bit of green in there.
Okay, here. So, here. Okay. So this is like the lower drop, right? Okay. Where is you? Okay, here. This is the playlist of the lower drop. just preview this real quick. Just
Okay.
like without, just sample it. Like tell me what you think. Like tell me like your general idea about it. You know.
Chaos Galaxy TCG lore. It's only 4 minutes long. You want me to put it live on the channel? Is that what you want?
Put it on, dude. We're gonna if we're not gonna watch it here, we're gonna watch this on my stream one of these days. It's amazing.
Okay, so I'm saving your chat from this. That's what's going on.
You don't understand how good this entire video is. It's like so baller.
Okay, let me grab it and let me grab the audio source for it. Okay.
It's like I'm so sorry for derailing this entire stream, but like you should have known when you brought me on in this.
Yeah, I guess I'm doing React content now. That's what I got out of this. Is apparently I'm doing React content now.
Can you also stream this to me so I can also see it?
Oh, okay. You're not going to watch my stream on like a multi-second delay.
No, then I can hear myself and then I have to.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare. So it's like the worst thing on the planet.
Destroy myself.
That's like that is how like you go to hell. That is how you.
Chat, prepare yourself. This is like not for the faint of heart at all. Okay. Like,
okay. Let's see what this is. Chaos Trade Card.
And today I'm very excited to be starting a new series and going through the lore of the Chaos Galaxy trading card game. I've been wanting to do this for a while and a couple of you guys have requested it. So today I'm going to start with chapter 1. I don't know how many chapters I'm going to make. I haven't actually finished writing it yet. But today I'm going to start with chapter 1, the origin of chaos. So the story begins millions of years ago, sometime after the dawn of the universe. I'm going to keep terms like that, the dawn of the universe, quite vague because I don't want the story to conflict with anyone's religious or scientific beliefs. Anyway,
it's a complicated
millions
one.
of years ago, there was a giant star that was so bright and so full of energy that it exploded into one of the biggest supernovas ever seen. And when this explosion happened, so much power, heat, rock, mystical space dust,
it takes a little bit until it
gets
to the real good parts.
A lot of strange things were formed. The columns of creation, wild rogue asteroids, and even some mysterious green gloopy stuff was created. However, the most noticeable and powerful things that were released by this explosion were a number of shining crystals or jewels, and nobody knows how many of these jewels were created, and many of them were lost in the vast depths of space. However, there are at least 6 known to exist today, and although little is known about these crystals, we do know that they are about the same size as a person, but they weigh almost as much as an entire planet, and they have some very, very, and I mean very, powerful abilities. But back to the site of the exploded star, there were still huge pieces of burning rock floating around from the aftermath, and over years and years, and due to the force of gravity, they clumped together.
She's already
became dense enough.
Nothing's
to create
happened
a
yet,
new
and she's
star,
losing it.
Although this star is a lot smaller and a lot less exciting than the massive one at the beginning. But although it's not very exciting, it would become the basis for a very, very exciting solar system. 5 of the 6 crystals that we know about were near to the star at the time it was created, and they all began collecting rock and space dust and other things that were surrounding them. And over millions and millions of years, the crystals sucked in more and more rock and became denser and denser, and eventually grew to the size of planets. So we're up to the stage now where there are 5 planets all orbiting the sun, perfectly aligned, each with a different jewel at their core, and this became the beginning of the Chaos Galaxy. Deep inside the planets, with the 5 crystals trapped inside miles and miles of dense space rock, their energy and mystical powers were desperate to escape. So they began to seep into the surrounding rock, and over a very, very long period of time, their energy travelled through the rock and managed to leak onto the outside planet's surfaces, creating strange weather conditions and environments. And as the planet cores released more and more energy to the planet's surface and became more and more hospitable, oceans and trees began to grow on some of the planets. But in the further reaches of the universe, the 6th jewel that we know about, released by the supernova, began to release its energy too. And over time, it developed a consciousness. Starting as a single cell floating through space, being protected by the crystal
really
outside
good
it,
shit
it grew
happens
in
in part
size,
2, don't worry
strength,
about it.
intelligence, power and health over millions of years, and eventually creating an abomination unlike anything the universe has ever seen. And eventually, after drifting through space over time, this conscious being made by the crystal drifted into our galaxy of 5 planets, and upon seeing what the other jewels inside these planets had created, the abomination decided to discover what its powers could create or destroy.
Okay, so we got sentient.
Yeah, that's the first. That's the
we got
first.
sentient. We got Thinky Rock.
I'm just gonna tell you the really good shit.
So
She's just like gonna ramble on about this now, but you should go to the second one. Okay.
Alright.
What's up, guys? Zach here from
So
the
this,
Chaos Galaxy.
the second one's where the
Today I'm
really
gonna be
good
doing
shit
episode
starts.
2
Okay,
of
like
Alright,
this is
Chaos
just the
Galaxy
preamble, right? Like
Universe
this is like
War.
actually
Episode
where
1 got a really good
the
response,
shit
and if you
heats
haven't
up.
seen it already, there'll be a link in the description below because this follows directly on from that. And if you haven't seen that, then none of this will make sense. I'd highly recommend you check that out before you watch this video. I'll do a quick recap before I get into this chapter though. But for now, this is a Chaos Galaxy trading card game, Chapter 2, Deep Space Discoveries. So, previously,
My favorite
millions
character
years
of
ago,
all
a giant
time comes
star
in
which
here. It's like
exploded into a supernova, released a
the
handful
best
of
named
mysterious
characters
crystals
that ever
into
existed
space.
in any
These
setting.
crystals or jewels were spread all across the universe, but 5 of them, which were in close proximation, began to collect rock and space debris over time, causing them to grow to the size of planets, which created a new small solar system, which is what's now known as the Chaos Galaxy. Meanwhile, another jewel in the far reaches of the universe mutated and developed a consciousness, and after some time drifting through space, the now living crystal abomination, which is known as Omnius, drifted into our galaxy of 5 planets and began to see what its powers could do. So that was a quick recap from Chapter 1, but now for Chapter 2, Deep Space Discoveries. Once Omnius entered the galaxy of 5 planets, having floated through space for thousands of years, which was pretty boring, it was fascinated by the beauty and complexity of the jewels, but at the same time, the planets were empty, and although most of them were perfect environments for life forms, they had no sentient life on them. And Omnius could sense the other crystals inside the planets and felt a connection between the jewel inside himself and the jewel inside the other planets. And the largest planet, which was the second closest to the Sun, covered in rocky mountains and deserts, was the most developed planet at this point, and it fascinated Omnius. Almost as if the jewel at the planet's core was calling to him. And so drawn to the jewel at the center,
later.
Omnius conjured up all of his energy and reached into the planet,
Divine Doom.
right to the core. And using his powers, Omnius tore off a shard of the planet's jewel and combined the shard with his own life force. He used the rock, dust and sand from the outside planet as a vessel for this life force, creating a being with the essence of
So
the
what do you
planet
think
itself,
the creature he
although it was
creates is
made
going to
in
be
Omnius
called?
the Abomination's
What do you
image,
think?
holding the shard of the planet in its crotch, apparently. And so begins the story of life in the Chaos Galaxy. But it
I have no idea, man.
cost. The power needed to create life.
It's
was so
humongous
immense, it
ancient rock
destroyed
man.
everything.
I think that's good. I did see. I was like, I see a humongous ancient rock man. That
That's
rolls.
actually his name, humongous
Where
ancient
the
rock
remnants
man.
of
I would be
the rest
humongous
of his
ancient rock man,
unstable,
man.
damaged
That's
core
like one of
created
the
a
main
terrifying,
characters of
violent
this entire
environment
story,
in the
man.
form of a
I'm into it.
never-ending
I'm into
storm.
that.
And full of debris and energy, this storm came to be known as a new 6th planet in the galaxy, which today is called the planet Roka. And the
Roka for
all-powerful
rocks.
million-year-old abomination was dead. Pieces of his shattered core were scattered across the galaxy, thrown onto all the surrounding planets, which in time would also create more beings on those planets, but we'll get back to that later. But back on the planet Barrow,
Dude,
Omnius's
Mix,
living
wait until
creation, the Rock
Bogabooga
Man,
comes in,
was
okay?
quite
That's
humongous,
like
by the way,
actually,
not very
like, this
ancient
is
at
not
this point.
vapid at all,
Was just left to
okay?
wander the deserts of the planet alone for years. And as he grew
Humongous
older, he
ancient
grew
rock man.
wiser, and he built himself a settlement on the planet, and he just waited, because he knew that one day the other pieces of Omnius's core would evolve and spread more life across the galaxy. And sure enough, he was right. As he grew ancient, becoming the humongous ancient rock man, he learned more about his planet and the other planets and life itself. And as this happened, more simple beings began to evolve from the remnants of Omnius.
No,
all
you
across the
watch
galaxy
this
on all the
entire
planets. Pieces of
Dude,
Omnius's
this,
core on the
dude,
fire
you
planet
can
Chios,
tell it's
combined
true.
with the
Elon
fiery
Musk
heart
shows
of that
up in
planet's
this.
core,
This is like
creating
real.
at first very simple organisms, but with burning power in their souls. And the
Hello,
shard of
Ratmost.
Omnius's core on the water planet of Pelisium
This is Nagi
gave
Katsali.
life to basic sea creatures,
It's
and
me.
Gaios and Barrow, the other planets.
I should put your name in the
galaxy
title.
too. The place where the most life thrived, however, was the planet Syndius, located directly in the middle of the galaxy, and it was the most hospitable of all the planets, and supported the most life forms of all by far. But the core at the centre of the planet was unstable, so the creatures created by it were full of conflict and their souls were tainted. Some believing in peace and some believing in evil.
Pointy Boogie
Although
Booga is
they
pretty
didn't know
good.
it yet, but in thousands
Dude,
of
there's
years,
Boogie
the creation
Booga.
of these simple
Let's
creatures on the
fucking
planet
go.
Syndius
Good name,
That's
good
why
name,
one of
good
the
name.
main
they
characters
wage war on
too.
each other and lead to a galaxy of chaos. Okay, so that's part 2 of the lore. Hopefully you should see
Say
this
that's
taking
part 2
place
of the
in,
lore. If you ever want to
character
see this
development
fucking
and
lore,
a bit
you have to
live
come
on
to
them.
my stream. This
We're
is like
almost
a
done to
good
the
lore.
point of
You
being
don't
where we are
understand.
today.
This is
I don't
great.
understand. I don't understand. I look at this. I'm like, what is this about?
Yeah, I'm really loving doing
Dude,
this series.
humongous
Really
ancient
fun doing
rock
some
man
creative
is like.
writing about the
It's a good name.
Galaxy
It's a good name.
universe.
I would
And it also
play
gives me ideas.
I would play Humongous Ancient Rockman in an RPG. I even can think of the RPG setting that I would do it in, right? Like that's just a good character in Promethean, right? That's just like a good Promethean. This Humongous Ancient Rockman.
It's just like, man, like, I don't know, bro. Like, there's so many mysteries and good things that are in this lore. It cannot be understood by a normal human, okay?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I'm a normal human. This was a definite case of like the whole like.
See, the funny thing about this video is that I sometimes can't tell if this is deliberate or not. Right? Like, I don't get it, man.
It's like an artist made it, right? Like an artist made it, so clearly it's deliberate. It's clearly
I want
deliberate.
you to know, by the way. I want you to know one thing, by the way. You saw the drawings there, right?
Yeah, they're great. I love them.
The man that made these drawings claims to have gone to art college.
Perfect.
And have a career in product design, specifically board game design.
Perfect.
Okay, I want you to know that.
I fully believe. I fully believe.
Yeah,
I'm
I want
sold.
you all to know that that's what's happening there.
I am sold. I am sold. You don't have to work very hard to convince me on that one.
Okay, cool.
I am just fully on board with the idea that the art in that is not a reflection of a lack of skill. It is a surfeit of artistic vision.
Dude, he has a video where he shows his process. It's crazy to me. Like it's so fascinating. I don't know, man.
I'm fully sold. I'm sold. Like this is an easy sell on my part. I am still so bad at like mixing colors.
Goes wild.
It's like definitely like a weakness of mine. Like the way that you like the shit that you're used to, Nagi, in like this is like crazy to me. Like I am just like.
But mixing color?
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I have like a science background. It's like you like use like a.
But you're like a chemist or some shit, right? How can you not mix color?
Because like the way you do it is like you get like a. You don't like look at colors and go like, oh, that looks like a good color. You have like a grid of micro vials, and you micro pipette different quantities into each vial.
But there's a science to it.
There's a science to it, and I don't.
Yes.
I know there's a science to it.
It's real.
We're not doing it though. We're not doing the science. We're just going. We're just going. We're just fucking going. We're just like. And like I am the colors moron, right? I'm the moron here. I'm just like derp to derp. This looks okay. And then you're like, what is wrong with you? There's way too much green. I don't know how it looks to you so far.
It looks pretty okay. Is he significantly lighter than the other one?
So we actually managed to cover up most of the skin with armor at this point. And that just off. So there's a comparison of shoulders. They're shoulder to shoulder.
I see. Yeah, he do be that way.
He do be that way. I think I might give up on that pauldron on this guy because it didn't stick.
But it didn't stick?
It didn't stick. I understand why it didn't stick. I understand why it didn't stick. So I'm using extra thin cement, and the pieces don't appear to be designed for being used with extra thin cement.
Wait, but you can't use the extra thin cement because how is it gonna work if you have like a layer of like
this is why I didn't paint over those areas.
An acrylic layer.
That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't use an acrylic layer. I didn't put anything there.
Use super glue.
I'm currently out of super glue.
Glue superior.
Do you know the history behind super glue?
What about it?
Like why was it invented?
Cyanoacrylate. Was it like wound glue?
Yeah, it was wound glue.
I'm pretty sure that it is like to close wounds.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're correct. You're correct. It is wound glue.
Fibrine glue or whatever. Did they use a different one now in surgeries? It's like fiber glue or whatever the fuck. But yeah, they use that to close wounds because it reacts with the water in the body and immediately closes the wound.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Sounds painful as hell, though.
Yeah, I've actually done that.
Whew.
It's not that bad. It's pretty. It heats up, right? So.
I was thinking more about the fact that, like, you will at some point have to rip it all out, right? Because it will not heal.
No,
right.
actually,
Really?
your body sheds it. Your body sheds that with the scab.
I assumed that, like, you had to get it ripped out and then resutured at a later point.
Yeah, because your body, like, super glue doesn't stick permanently to the body because the skin produces oils, and then the oils like lift the super glue layer, and then it falls off naturally. Like, that's the same thing as when like you put it on your fingers; it just falls off after a while, right?
Yeah. Okay, I think I did let's call it a pretty bad job on these arms. I think I'll call it.
But that's what we call in the business a total fuck up.
Yeah, this is what we call in the business bad. Poor workmanship. Poor workmanship. Oh, geez, that was particularly bad right there. That was particularly grim.
Now we have to watch this video next time on stream. What have I done to myself?
You were the one you were so excited about this, Nagi. This is like...
Yeah, no, okay, chat. Whoever is here from my community, we're gonna watch the entirety of this next time. Don't watch it on your time. You're gonna regret it. I have trained to present this video in the best light possible, okay? That's
the number one thing I associate with Nagi Katsali.
Back in the day when we were talking about Hina watching Kick-Assia, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a video that's my Kick-Assia. This is it. Okay, this is fucking it. Okay, like you don't understand. I'm like,
I don't understand.
Sorry.
I don't understand. I'm just like, this is just like
this
is just like a video, man. This is like a guy talking. I don't get it.
You don't understand what happens in this lore, okay? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I know you said Elon Musk shows up, which is always a bad sign.
So what can you look forward to? Elon Musk. I'm an Apple, by the way. Let's see what else. Gaining enlightenment by hiding in a cave and crying during wartime.
Good choice.
Yeah. And a Pegasus fighting a three-headed ram. That also happens in the story. Without Splot, us Bubbos cannot survive. Which is my favorite line from the entirety of the lore.
This is definitely telling us a lot of. This is definitely telling me a lot of important facts about Nagi. Like this is.
That's my favorite line from the entire story. The Bubbos, and they can't survive without Splot. Okay. Iceberg Face, good character. I've become convinced that Nagi's brain rot's entirely lingual.
Yeah. Nagi,
and,
particularly a visual person. It's just like sounds really is like what you're into.
The appearance of Bob 2988. That's really good. The Bob 2988 cameo. Boominator, the war criminal, is like also very good. It's like kind of like a Magnus the Red figure almost. Like if you compare that to Warhammer 40k lore, you know. He did nothing wrong.
Did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong. The number one thing I associate with characters in 40k. Did nothing wrong.
Yeah, no. And he's a good boy. And let's see what else we got. Transponge. The Transponge is in the story.
The Trans-Sponge.
Yes, the Trans-Sponge.
Okay.
Is a character. It's one of the main characters in the story. Next to the Bogga Booga. And let's see what else. There's like Bob, the intergalactic patrolman. I really like that one.
Bob, the intergalactic patrolman.
She likes it when English is even more tortured than it is in reality, dude. It's great. It's amazing.
I mean, I do love to torment English and the English.
But yeah, so it's a good lore.
It's a good lore.
It's good lore.
Nagi, I'm going to take about 2 minutes, mostly because my water can is so dirty that it's not actually making anything clean anymore.
Did you do the thing where you didn't have an extra water pot for both metal flake?
I've got the metal ones. I've got the
paint?
metal one. Metal one's here. It's not nearly as filthy.
Yeah, okay.
The Bugman's Glow has filthed this up like crazy. Like I just put stuff in there and like Bugman's Glow comes out. It's not good.
Bugger.
So I am going to step away for about 2 minutes to refill the water and use the bathroom. So we will be back in a moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
I shall be there.
You shall be the. And we're back, and there's the camera. There's the camera. The camera is back as well. Although I might need to reset it again.
Now I'm hungry for cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, I was just telling Nagi that I baked 15 cinnamon rolls yesterday. I can make this worse for you, Nagi.
Can you show one?
I was going to
show it.
I was going to show it. Let me grab the image. I have too many things going through Discord right now, so it's all like like my entire computer's just like chugging because it's like Discord is like running like on a supercomputer. I'm going to put up.
See it. It's real.
You do see it? I didn't even show it to you yet.
No, I see it. No, I see it. I see it. You don't know, man. I see everything. I know about stuff.
Then you don't have to ask for my permission to show it. But yeah. Here's some cinnamon rolls I baked yesterday.
Yeah, you forgot that you were still streaming your browser to me, so I see it.
Oh, okay. That's true. That's true. That's true. I did forget about that. Thank you for the reminder to kill that shit, because it's like eating a million miles of processor.
That's like a disappointing amount. That's not even cream cheese frosting. I no longer like them.
That's 5 of the 15. The pans aren't big enough to put all 15 in one.
I like cream cheese frosting.
That's pure sugar frosting. That's pure sugar frosting. Yeah. All right. We got to do. It's verdigris time. It's verdigris time. I don't remember how to do this one. Yeah, cinnamon rolls and blackjacks. That's what it takes for people to follow me. I've got to show off my cooking more often. God, I need to do the cooking stream. That's.
Remember with the verdigris, first you want to do a dark verdigris layer.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to do the light verdigris layer on top of the dark one for like a better effect.
Yep. The lighter one should go into the crack, deeper into the crack.
You want like an emerald green, and then you want like the light one inside the emerald green.
All right, here's my green options. This one?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, I would take the darkest.
This was the darkest one, yeah. It's a pleasure to meet you, Blackjacks. Welcome in. And Tyron, thank you for being around, and have a good night. Keep the snack up for a million years.
They can't be up too long anymore. I have to like go tomorrow and get like some stuff done, but like
yeah. No, I know it's late as hell for you.
I'll still be here for a little bit.
Yeah, I know this is late as hell for you. This is late o'clock for the snake. This is Snake, are you familiar with Dr. Seuss?
The green egg and ham.
Yeah, that guy. Because I think his works. If you read more of his works, it would drive you completely insane. I think you would lose it.
I like green egg and ham, and tons of spam, and
There are beetles in a bottle fighting battles with their paddles. And the bottle's on a poodle, and the poodle's eating noodles.
The poodle
is eating noodles.
Eat the noodle.
Yes.
And strudel.
You are falling apart, my dude. Do you just want to go now?
Did he eat the strudel with the noodle?
That's it, yes.
Yeah, the toasted strudels. Have you heard of those? They're like
I've had
Pop-Tarts.
I've had them. They're like worse Pop-Tarts, yeah.
But terrible.
Yeah, they are worse. What's the best thinner for a Vallejo in an airbrush? Absolutely, that's a Nagi question. I'm glad that I did not kick off Nagi already.
Listen to me, okay? So, which series of Vallejo... I can't even pronounce this shit anymore. Vallejo are we talking about?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one? Is this like model... Vallejo metal color? Model color? Game color? Liquid metal? What else do they use? They have like Express and shit, which you can just like blast through an airbrush, like undiluted, I'm pretty sure. So you can thin down any acrylic paint, even paste ones that you buy on tubes for artists for airbrush use, okay? But you can do it with just water. All of this works with just water, but it's better if you use a specific thinner that has properties that you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fumiho makes their own airbrush thinner. That will work for sure. However, okay, like where's my freaking recipe book real quick? Okay, like I'll give you the secret sauce real quick, okay? You go and you buy yourself a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, okay? And then you go to the store, buy yourself a bottle of Windex window cleaner, right? And a bottle of distilled water. And then you go to Amazon and order a bottle of vegetable glycerin. Or glycol, I forgot. It's glycerin, I'm pretty sure. Vegetable glycerin, okay? And then you make a mixture. 1 part Windex, 1 part isopropyl alcohol, 2 parts distilled water, and add like a few drops, like a splash of vegetable glycol. Shake that through. There you go. Thin your fucking paints with that. You're never gonna run out.
Okay.
It'll work. Don't worry. This shit's crazy. Don't breathe it in because it's fucking Windex. It has like ammonia and shit in it. But I'll tell you the truth here, okay? Like this is like the black pill. Nobody ready for this shit, okay? With paints, the toxic shit works the best.
Yeah.
The worse it is for you, the better it is. It's just how it works. Buy yourself a 3M breath protection mask.
Yes, I mean that's something I can talk about. If you are buying 3M, if you're American, you want to buy from Zorro. Don't buy off of Amazon. Don't buy your filters off of Amazon. I'm guessing, do you want POs or do you want OVs for that?
Dude, I don't know. Whatever they use to spray cars. That one.
OVs.
That one. Okay, so, and that mixture is like something that is used by serious professionals in the industry, like pro painters that paint like freaking designs on cars and motorcycles and stuff. And they also use acrylics. They're not only solvent-based paints, they use acrylics. This works, okay? This shit just fucking works. And you can add other stuff to this if you want. But this mixture for sure is gonna like dilute most paints, especially like miniature paints, to like a consistency where you can spray them. With like pastes, you might need to actually do some other stuff. You might need like a little bit of like a flow enhancing medium, but I'm not quite sure how to mix that up. Like I would have to look into my recipe book of crazy shit.
Yeah, it's really. I'm really glad you asked while Nagi was here, because Nagi's the one who knows what the hell's going on with painting. I am actually a novice. I know like history and calligraphy and like sociology. I don't know painting. Painting is new to me. This is like my old man hobby that I'm picking up. Like one of these days I'm gonna make like a ship in a bottle on stream.
Also, the dilution of paint depends entirely on the airbrush that you're using and the actual size of nozzle you want to shoot it through. A bigger nozzle is more forgiving, right? So there's that.
Yeah. Also, I don't use an airbrush because like the only places I can paint in my apartment are also places where I need to at some point or another eat. So
I mean, it's not radioactive. It's not gonna like contaminate the area forever.
Still a pain in the ass to clean. Still like.
But I hope that answered the question. Other than that, like, I really like the AK Interactive Acrylic Thinner, the general one that they make, not the one for airbrush specifically, but I also don't use it ever since they updated it to the third generation AK paint, so I don't know about that anymore.
Nice.
But the secret recipe is good if you are poor. then you can use it, and you will forever have the fluid.
And that's what life is about, right? It's about fluids and exchanging fluids.
POV still in my girlfriend's Windex.
Exactly. Fucked up for there's something that's an impressive level of male living space to not have your own Windex.
I don't have Windex either. I have a different cleaner. But
I mean, I do technically have off-brand Windex in my apartment. I will confess to that. But like, you gotta have your mirror cleaners, man.
You just gotta make sure that it has the same ingredients as Windex, right? So that's that. There's also the classic, you know, the if you want to send your paints and not have them lose consistency and property, right? Like where you make like a concoction with floor varnish. Because floor varnish resin is entirely... a lot of floor varnishes have acrylic resins as like a component to protect the floor. So you can just buy it in bulk and it's really easy. And then you add like a matting agent, like whatever filler, talcum powder or whatever the fuck into that. And different kind of flow agents depending on how necessary it is for your paint. And then you just send your paint with that. It's the old trick, the ancient trick from the before time, dude. Like I learned this from I learned this from the train people.
Oh, that's how you know. That's how you know you're on the real shit, right?
Yeah, the real model building hacks. Okay, they're all from the train people and the tank people and the boat and the plane people.
What about the guys who do like Napoleonic war games?
They're like so underground you can't even find them.
Okay. Yeah, the train elders.
I will say there's also a lot of techniques that are used in gunpla modeling that are not known about in like the kind of miniature painting that you were partaking in, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's like a lot of techniques that those people do. Also, most people that build gunpla don't even paint them because they have no honor.
I mean, that's the reason why like I never
no fucking honor. It's crazy to me.
That's why that's why nobody's been able to convince me to like be invested in gunpla. It's like you don't paint, you just kind of like snap it together.
You can paint them, but it's mostly known about like custom gunpla, and that's like the high-end gunpla people, right?
Yeah,
oh no,
that's
Simpsons just fell over outside. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh my god.
This snake is gonna get murdered by a raccoon.
It's Mix that is coming over to kill me.
Mix is coming over to kill you for making him watch the Bugaboo twice in a row.
I built gunpla as my main staple. Not weathering a gunpla is just no. Okay, listen. If I can't like repaint the entire gunpla, I don't care about it. I need to get it like an actual good finish.
And I mean, I think Nagi knows my stance on this, which is like I'm doing this to do like hobby shit. Like I'm not doing this because like I have a result in mind. I have the result in mind I have is like to party.
You know who are the worst people? Those that play like 40k and they're like, oh my god, I just want to play the game. I'm like, you what? Have you played this game? It fucking blows. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, it's like I don't know what they're here for. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's so weird.
I can understand the folks who are who are like they're in it to win, right? They're in it because it's got a robust competitive scene. I get it because like there's no other competitive scene.
The game is fucking stupid.
It is
it's
bad.
Not
it's balanced
a bad game. For competitive at all. It's like complete random bullshit. Like they're doing whatever.
It is a bad game.
They're having a good old taking the piss.
As a person who definitely knows it more as a game than as as like a fiction setting, yeah, it's a bad game. It's a bad game. It's there's just no way around this.
It's impressively bad. Like it's like.
Oh yeah, no, I genuinely don't know a worse. I generally don't know a worse war game. Like I am a big nerd about war games. I have to get in tight on this one, so you guys here. This is how you can tell I'm serious business. Doing the serious business moment. But yeah, this is how like I'm a sicko about war games and like learning war games. I don't tend to play them all that often because none of my fucking friends like playing war games. But 40K may actually be the worst one. 40K may actually just be the worst one. I'm trying to figure out if my head's on the camera or not. Okay, I got some space before my head's on camera. I can't read you at all, chat, because I have my glasses off. I am in locked in mode as I put in very tiny amounts of thinned down green paint in these little rivets.
But you can make a show accurate Gundam and not have it look like fucking plastic, okay? I don't want a Gundam that looks like a plastic model. I want a fucking cool ass Gundam that's cool and doesn't look like a plastic model.
What if somebody makes a metal model look like a plastic model?
I mean, there are Gundams that are electroplated, but they're too shiny. They're like, the thing about this is that something very big interacts different with light than something very small, right?
Fucked up.
So if you had like a space marine that was like life-sized, you wouldn't have to paint it like you paint the miniature. You just paint it like whatever color it is. But since it's small, you gotta help the light, you know, because it's too small. It can't.
Okay. I think gotta help the lights. That's a good phrase. I might actually remember something you said to you, Nagi. You may have actually left an impression on your student. Fucked up, right?
Cool, I did it. You gotta help the light out. It needs to help the light out, dude.
It's like isn't that like the Steven Universe video game?
Steven Universe?
Yeah.
Did I watch one episode of that and I was like, nope. I
like Steven Universe, but I can understand. It's not like an even quality TV show, if nothing else. But it is a good way to give people psychic damage by talking about. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of people took intense psychic damage from Steven Universe. Mostly because the fandom for it on Tumblr was really bad, but this, like, I repeat myself.
There's like this one person that seems like that the writer for Steven Universe is some kind of like genocide person.
Oh yeah, no, it's a wild interpretation.
Yeah, like the
wild
crazy,
interpretation. It's like
weird.
I've seen that interpretation a lot of times. And
They're
I think
really
it's completely
mad
insane.
that like the villain of Steven Universe got a redemption arc, even though they're like space Hitler or something. I don't know, man. It's
Yeah,
like
I mean the TLDR on it is, they made a
shadow to the left. It really is like that.
Yeah, it is like that. They made the big bad evil villains of the show too evil, but it's still fundamentally like a children's show about how like kindness and forgiveness can solve everything. Of course, Mama Anarchy. Yes, we're talking about Steven Universe. They basically like made the main villains, like when the main villains were like far off and like completely distant and not like things that you would ever have to encounter in the TV show, they made them genocidal. And then then the show kept on going, like, oh, eventually we have to like actually deal with this. But like our commitment to being a children's show that's like G-rated is more important than our commitment to like actually understanding the Holocaust.
They could have just made it so that the genocide wasn't as bad or whatever.
They kind of did, actually. They kind of did walk it back a little bit, but then people,
you know?
like, interpreting it as, like, literally the Holocaust is, like, bad.
I'm gonna be real with you, right? Yeah. Like, I think that the children can handle this kind of shit. Like, I don't know.
I mean, having read a lot of works by Holocaust survivors and stuff like that, it's a more complicated issue, and I just kind of think they just made the stakes too high for what their tools were. That's what I think. And that's like they fucked up in like season 4 and they just didn't really, they wrote themselves into a bit of a corner. I don't think that's the same as being evil. Like, I don't think it's evil. No, the Tumblr person's crazy. The Tumblr person is crazy. I'm saying that I do think that there's underneath it there's a somewhat fair critique, which is like it's that they probably just made the stakes too high. That's what I think. I just think they made the stakes too high for what the tools they actually had, which is like it's a writing mistake, but it's like too bad, Flamebird. This is the hot takes that will offend you. I like Steven Universe. That's how we offend people on this channel. 90s shock jock sound effects, but I thought Steven Universe was pretty good for what it was. ass moment. But I don't expect other people to like it that much because it's a children's show. It's fundamentally a children's show, like with all that good and bad, all of that good and bad. And also, hello, JJ. I actually liked Future. I dislike the one who I dislike the British accent alien. I dislike the British accent character. She was really fucking annoying. Yeah.
Steven Universe.
Yeah, but I think it's like a. I don't know. I was obviously an adult when I watched it. I was a full-grown adult who had like a white-collar job and shit when I watched it. I was not a kid, and I was like, this is a good enough show for what it is. I think they do pretty good stuff on like broad structural. I think they're doing pretty good on like big structure stuff and like. Yeah. There's definitely issues with it. And it's not nearly as insane as Adventure Time, my actual favorite children's show.
Adventure Time, come on, grab your. We go to a very distant land.
You get it.
Jake, dog, and Finn the human. The fun will never end. It's Adventure Time.
God, I love Adventure Time. I haven't watched any of the post series from Adventure Time. I still haven't watched Distant Lands. I've read a lot of the comics. Because like a lot of the comics were written by like Ryan North and Meredith Grant and stuff, who are fucking kings.
Honestly, like a lot of episodes of Adventure Time are really good. My favorite episodes of Adventure Time are the ones that have nothing to do with the actual story.
Yeah, the main stories are just kind of like okay.
You know what? One of my favorite
Star rocks, Mama. I'm sorry, I just have to. I got distracted by this. I was already an adult when Star came out and Star rocks. Go ahead.
Obviously, I like the episode where they play fucking Card Wars.
Card Wars is so good. I love Card Wars.
By the way, that goddamn game, like what they explain how it plays, it's impossible to build a game that works like that.
Yeah,
it's like. It's like deliberately like bullshit. Like you discard a card every time you draw a card. That way, the actual number in like every time you play a card, you permanently lose a card forever.
Yeah. No, Anarchy. I'm actually completely with you. 3 and 4 are really good seasons of television. They're also
my other favorite one is like the episode where Magic Man just fucks with people and turns them into a foot.
Yeah, and
he loses his will to live.
I just really liked. I think my favorite one is the episode where Princess Bubblegum.
Magic Man is one of my favorite characters. He's just for no reason. He's just a jerk, and that's funny as shit to me. Like,
he sucks so much. Yeah.
He's so bad.
He's a wizard imparting everyone with the moral lesson that sometimes a person's just an asshole.
Yeah.
It's just like. I really like the episode where Jake eats a sandwich.
But the one where he makes the perfect sandwich with the lobster skull.
And then Magic Man comes and fucks it up. The one where Magic Man steals his sandwich is so funny. But no, my favorite's definitely the one where Princess Bubblegum gets really mad that wizards have time travel, so she invents her own form of time travel.
Oh, is that the one where then Lumpy Princess uses it to revert her boyfriend before he
Lumpy Space Princess reverts her boyfriend out of the universe.
She has no backup of her boyfriend, so like he just disappears into the void.
It's like the most depressing thing. It's incredible.
And nobody gives a shit that she just killed this guy in the end. Like they're just like, oh, whatever, fucking fine.
Well, like he's just gone from like the universe. Like nobody knows what the fuck happened. Like he's just obliterated. She just obliterates her boyfriend from existence. and like the only person who understands is Princess Bubblegum, and Princess Bubblegum just gets drunk. Like at the end of the episode, Princess Bubblegum just just drinks from a bottle.
What's the one character called again? It's the tiny elephant, or like what's her name? The tiny elephant.
What is her name? Tree Trunks.
Tree Trunks. I really like the episode where in the end she eats like the crystal apple and just pops out of existence, and then she just fucking flies through the cosmos and just like, woo! I don't know. That's also. Like,
we're just spoiling the shit of Adventure Time for no reason.
apparently, like Tree Trunks was only supposed to be there for one episode, just to fucking randomly die in the end by just fucking popping out of existence for eating this apple. Right?
Yeah.
Back because she was so popular.
I do love BMO as well. I do love BMO. I always like that BMO and Princess Rainicorn have the same VA.
I like that. The Tree Trunks is just like one of my favorite characters. Like that, other than Magic Man, like Tree Trunks is based.
Tree Trunks rocks. If you haven't watched Adventure Time, you have probably true, Mama Anarchy. Probably true, and arguably still true. I generally think of streaming as a art at its most 7 out of 10. Cannot front. I am. Eustace. My favorite. What's my favorite Adventure Time character?
Dude, I would do a Lemon Garb impression, but I don't think I can pull it off right now. I'm pretty good at it, though.
You're not doing it already?
No. Shut the hell up. Next up! I'm sorry.
The rare Almantas bullying on the channel here. No, I Lemon Grab's such a fascinating piece of shit. Such a fascinatingly horrible person.
I like how he's just like, the entire time. He's like, he's like, and then he's like, acceptable.
I just like that, like he made like a North Korean prison camp. Like,
this was pretty fucking funny to me.
Everybody should watch Adventure Time. Adventure Time's great. Except not today. Today you have to watch David Lynch films. Today is for David Lynch.
I also really like the episode where Finn fucks a pillow and...
That's so good. I love that one.
Pillow wife.
I love the one where he fucks a pillow. I love the one where he fucks a pillow. It's so good.
One of the best episodes, honestly.
Honestly, one of the best episodes of any television.
It's great.
We're not joking. We're not joking. The
that
time
happens.
that happened is really good.
Family with the pillow wife.
Yeah, the episode where Finn fucks a pillow is phenomenal.
It's real. It happens.
It's a real episode. This isn't a joke. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The time that Finn, yeah, JJ knows and it's really good. It's really good. It's not like. It's not a stupid, crappy episode.
I like the pillow wife. She was cute.
She was cute. Honestly, Finn generally has a lot of misses on his ladies that he's into, but that was a relative. That was a good
one. Yeah, no, he's otherwise attracted to some really, really weird bitches. It's true. Like he's not into they have problems, you know, like with like even Flame Princess has fucking problems. Right? Like,
Flame Princess is like that's actually like an interestingly dramatic, like an interesting like adult.
Was interesting because he just kind of like fucking realized he like grew out of his incel arc, like he averted the incel arc and was just like actually he stopped pedestalizing women, right? Like he was like, you know what?
Well, I mean his the thing with Flame Princess, right, is that Flame Princess is like a pretty damaged person, and I think a lot of her damage is pretty justified. Like I don't think she really like stood that much of a chance, because like you think about her whole like social world that she grows up in. And then, like, her main peer that she has to interact with as, like, an actual peer is fucking Princess Bubblegum.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Princess Bubblegum is like a fucking sociopath.
Yeah, Princess Bubblegum is like a terrifying person. Yeah, locked in a lamp for years by like a weird abusive father, and then like comes into a normal.
Did you start off with the orange and black? Did you put the orange and the black right there? That was a bad idea.
I put the red on top of the black. This is just pure red.
Okay, I see.
It's just because it's thin. Because red has poor coverage.
Princess Bubblegum.
Princess Bubblegum is what a fucked up.
In my opinion, I will say, in my opinion, they fucked up by like having this whole relationship with Marceline in the end. I think Princess Bubblegum should have stayed alone. I think she was fine that way. I think it was a better idea to just like have her be like, no, like I'm married to science, fuck this shit, right? Like, I thought that
you don't think the better decision would have been for Marceline to realize, like, holy shit, do I really want to be in a relationship with this person?
I guess so. That would have made a lot of sense to me because like the two don't actually have a lot of chemistry.
Mm-mm.
They really don't. Like even in the actual episodes where they are together, they really don't. It feels forced as hell in my opinion, and I like my lesbian relationships. Okay, so like,
yeah, it is not an S tier Yuri relationship. That's true. That's true. It is not S tier Yuri. It is merely okay at best. I wonder. I don't know that I could do that much better because I'm not a fiction writer. But yeah,
also, I would have done it in a way where in the arc where Princess Bubblegum becomes small again, she actually like grows up again and is like permanently different from before. I don't like this when like dramatic things happen and then like the character just reverts to original. I don't like that. I don't think that's very good.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at somebody calling Mama Anarchy homophobic. Ridiculous. One of the lesbians of all time.
This is what I've been saying about Caitlyn and Vi, but everyone calls me homophobic.
I am not familiar with I don't know these ones. There's Caitlyn and
that's apparently like I know there's characters from League of Legends, so I assume it's about that League of Legends series, right?
Okay. I don't know. I haven't watched the League of Legends.
I know, like I played it. They're both like members of the Piltover City Guard, so like police, I guess. I don't know.
They're cops.
They're cops.
They're cops and they're cop fuckers. Yeah, I think the only person I know who like
the only guy that I care about in League of Legends is Captain Teemo on duty. Did you know that there's like a rumor? I don't know if this is confirmed that Leaflet voiced Captain Teemo. Leaflet used to be like.
Hold on, it took me a second there to parse out. I thought you were talking for a second. I thought like Leaflet as in like Leaflet was like another League character because I haven't played League, so I could believe like anything.
No, Leaflet is the streamer, but
yeah, I know Leaflet the streamer.
She worked for Riot in the past, right? Under the name Aurelia. She even had like Aurelia's Reverie, right? It's like a item in the game, or it was for a while, right? Like that was named after her, and like there is like a conspiracy theory that she voiced Captain Teemo, but I don't know if it's true. Like this makes no sense. But
does it even sound like her?
Captain Teemo, a little bit.
I don't really be able to pick out.
She could pull it off if she tried. Like,
yeah,
so
I don't know that. Like, I don't know how often I'd be able to pick out Leaflet's voice out of like if she was like.
I will say it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's whatever. It's a fun conspiracy theory. But I will say Captain Teemo was my main when I played League of Legends, and that's why I got banned from the game.
That's why you're banned, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I got banned from the game.
So you won. You succeeded. You defeated League of Legends.
I did win. I did win League of Legends because all I did was play Captain Teemo, and I got banned because like people were like so fucking ass mad the entire time. Like it's like. I was never actually good enough to do anything. Like I played like in gold leagues and stuff later on, right? And then sometimes in like higher leagues than that. But basically what I did every time when they had like the set games, right? In the beginning of the season, I lost as many as I could just so I could play in the lowest leagues.
Oh, yeah, you D-rank. You were in intentional D-ranking.
Yeah,
That's
just
evil.
so I could
That's
play
evil.
Captain Timo and like because people like Captain Timo back then was really bad. Like it just like he was not meta in any way, shape, or form. So you would almost never find anybody that actually could play this character to any kind of proficiency. So it's kind of a meme, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And since this was my main, I was actually pretty decent at this. Like, it's like when somebody actually tries to fight Captain Timo rather than they expect an easy win and they can't win, they get so mad. They get so fucking mad. I don't know why, but like the actual meme back then was that the like Timo has a passive ability that's a global taunt where he just taunts every single player in the game.
Right? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good way to make people really mad.
That's the meme. He doesn't actually have that ability, but it feels like it when you play it. At least back then.
Nice.
And then they banned me, and now I can never play it again.
You are unable to make a new Riot account.
I had like fucking rare skins in that account. I'm so fucking mad, dude.
That's what I was being mad about, yeah.
I had like the ancient pack skins with Pax Twisted Fate and Pax Jax and Riot Singed and all this kind of shit on my account. And now it's gone. I think there was a ban moratorium one day. So like people told me there was one, so I tried to log in, but I still can't log in.
A ban moratorium. That seems like a dangerous thing to ever have in your game. Because like...
Honestly, I don't think so. Right? Like
that sounds fake to me, because that sounds like why would you do that?
What can really happen, right? Like it's what can really happen? Like the people that really wanted to play the game, they probably have made new accounts already.
Yeah.
And the people that quit, they're probably not gonna come back. Right? Yeah. Like whatever. So the taunt is a real thing. You can only see the tooltip if you believe in it. It's true. Only if you believe it enough, you can see it.
You can see it. I believe. It's. I mean,
there's only one character back then that was like an auto loss with Timo. Right? Like I would play like Timo top lane and shit, like absolutely crazy fucking stuff. I would like Timo jungle or whatever the hell, but nobody had ever seen that before. But it's like there was only like one character that was a Rengar. You could like Rengar was like the absolute hard counter. There's no way that you can win. Like playing Timo, you screwed. There's absolutely no way. Like that was fucking stupid back then. I hope they reworked that. That was like weird.
I will say, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. The thing I know about MOBAs is I only played one MOBA. I played Heroes of the Storm because it's the baby MOBA for morons.
Yeah, that was like the weird ass, the funny haha MOBA where like everything was like crazy abilities and stuff where like that like go off the rails. I remember that.
I don't even know because that's the only one I've played. I've got no context. It's the Blizzard one.
So the thing about Heroes of the Storm is that the abilities that characters have are like really, really off the wall, right? Like they had like a character that turns into another character or whatever and digs into the ground and then creates a clone of another character.
Yeah, Avatar did that.
Yeah. That is like, so there's like, MOBAs generally have like a general rule of, so for example, at least when I played it, League of Legends was pretty subdued, right? Like League of Legends characters were pretty weak. They had like, I know then later on it was like where everybody had mobility tools, but back then not everybody had mobility tools. Some people had like single target nukes and they had like all kinds of stuff. And the most powerful characters had like teleports, like what Twisted Fate had like global teleport and stuff. Like that was really powerful, right? So it's like everything in League of Legends when it first came out to when it actually like to like mid seasons and stuff, it was pretty subdued. Like nothing in League of Legends is like super OP. Like there's obviously you can make one-shot builds and stuff, but it's really needs a lot of effort, right?
Okay.
So what that did, right, like is that, and the reason why that is because League of Legends is modeled after Dota. right?
Yep.
And the problem with Dota is that Dota isn't like that. Dota is like the original Dota, at least, and even when Dota 2 came out, is really, really swingy. Like, abilities in Dota are fucking OP compared to what existed back then in League of Legends, right? So, in the problem that you have in Dota is that you can easily lose the game in character select. It's not as easy in League of Legends, at least it wasn't back then, but it's super important to have a team that I can actually put up a fight, because it's like more like a rock, paper, scissors than anything. The actual abilities that heroes have in Dota are so different that they fill certain roles, but they fill them in weird ways, right? So for example, in League of Legends, you will have characters that are really good at pushing, right? They can push towers. They're like carries and stuff. They push towers, but they're usually like either close combat or like ranged attackers that do a lot of physical damage, right? So in Dota, you also have this archetype, but then you have like pushers that, for example, have the ability to teleport all over the map and create giant damage zones that forever kill all the minions that will ever enter them, and so create tons of pressure on every single lane at once, right? Which will eventually win the game by lane pressure, right? Like, there's like crazy shit going on. So there's like heroes that have, there's like heroes that don't necessarily care too much about their equipment. Like for example, there's a hero in Dota called Invoker. So Invoker is like a carry in the same way as like you have carries in League of Legends, but Invoker is really actually more interested in having a lot of levels, at least like in the old times there, because it's just that Invoker can get a lot more out of his abilities than most other heroes. So it's like very strange, you know. He's like a weird kind of combo character where Invoker has like 3 different abilities that create buffs on you that you can then pop and create a new ability, right? Like that you can then cast. So you have to just basically put in button combinations at hyper speeds, right? To like get all of your abilities in. And then combo them out, and you have like a few different combos, right, that you can do. And it can be extremely devastating. Like, there's different builds depending on which ones of your buffs you level up. But so there's it's and like fighting a team that has that as a carry is completely different from fighting a team that has like a normal guy that just hits people with a sword, right? Like you need like different strats entirely, right, to deal with that. And League of Legends is a lot more standardized, at least when I played, right? Like there was just more like, oh yeah, well your opponent is gonna have a tank, some kind of bruiser character, some kind of more like off the wall kind of fragile ambush character. They're gonna have a mage or something that goes in the middle lane, and then they're gonna have like a support and like some guy that shoots with physical damage, right? Like they shoot like an archer or something similar in that regard.
Right. Okay.
They broke out of that mold a little bit, but in general, you could kind of like understand what your opponents are capable of, even if you have never seen their heroes before, which is not a thing that you can at all judge in other MMOs and MOBAs, right? There was also what was it called? Heroes of New Earth or whatever.
Yeah, that one seems. I had a friend who was like really trying to sell me hard on it, and then it seemed to die very quickly.
Heroes of New Earth used to be a Dota clone, so a lot of the actual heroes that early on are like, they have the same abilities as heroes in Dota, but they are differently flavored, right? Like it's just different flavor, but the abilities do the same thing actually, and then they branched off and made their own. So Heroes of New Earth is more like on the level of Dota with the craziness of abilities, right? And how important they are.
All right. I will say, again, I've only played Heroes of the Storm, and I did not feel like it was super crazy. To me, it felt...
Heroes of the Storm is like completely off the wall bonkers. Like,
which is funny, because again, like I said, it felt, again, it's my baseline. It's my baseline.
They basically made it in a way that they had abilities that were weirder than most other, like, there's
Hell
like,
yeah, brother.
Dota, for example, has a hero that can like steal abilities from your opponent, right? Like you can, when your opponent casts anything, right? Like you use the ability on them and he steals the last ability they cast, no matter what it was. Like you can get like some of the most powerful stuff. So when you play against him and you use your ultimates and things, you always have to use another ability immediately afterwards. Otherwise, he's gonna get your ultimate. Like you gotta be careful with that shit. And so that's pretty crazy. There's like a lot of weird stuff possible there. But other than that, that's kind of like the extent of it, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's some heroes that can, like, Invoker has an ability where he can just anywhere on the map do like a pretty big hit of damage, but it doesn't give you any sight, right? So you could have to just like guess where your opponent is walking and shoot him, right? And it's stuff like that, right? That exists in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, it's like there is some kind of out there abilities, but there's nothing like, okay, like I'm just gonna become a copy of a different hero for a while, right? Like don't worry about it, right? Like that's kind of like
one of the weaker characters is the character that's 3 characters. You have to play in 3 different parts of the map to get like real utility out of.
Is that in Heroes of the Storm?
Yeah, that's one of the starting characters. That's the Vikings. That's Last Vikings.
The weirdest character that exists in Dota is called Meepo. Have you ever heard of Meepo?
I've heard of Meepo. I've heard that people hate Meepo. That's what I know.
I have played Meepo for
just some
a long
goblins.
time.
Yeah.
So, hey, goblins. So I've played Meepo in Dota for a long time. I played Meepo for a full month before I could do the simplest things with Meepo. It's fucking stupid. Like, so Meepo is like, if you wanna be Meepo is like theoretically the best character in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also, he's micromanagement the character, right? So Meepo has like this ability where if you hit somebody, he puts a slow on them, right, or whatever. And then he has like a net that he can throw out where somebody gets rooted for a while. And then he has like a teleport where he teleports to himself, right? Which sounds stupid, but bear with me, okay? So the teleport does damage where he teleports from and where he lands. So like if you teleport to yourself, you just do 2 hits of damage, right?
Yeah, lightning warp, yeah.
Whenever you get the ultimate of Meepo, every level of the ultimate creates a copy of Meepo that inherits all of his stats and some items that he has, also like the blink dagger, right? Like every Meepo has a blink dagger if you have one. And every single Meepo gains experience and gold separately, so you can send your Meepos in the jungle and just get fucking random experience for free, right?
Yeah.
While you also lane, so like you can get so much, right? The problem is that if any Meepo dies, you die. They're not actually, anyone dies, you die. So the thing is, you can, however, use the teleport to get out, right? And the teleport breaks most snares, right? Like even if you're snared, you can just teleport out and be safe. And there's like some techniques, right, that you can do. For example, the big technique is you micromanage to queue the teleport ability on on your main Meepo, right, from all the others. And then you blink dagger right next to an opponent and they all teleport in and then you just nuke him instantly. And if he isn't dead, you just keep hitting him where he's like 100% slowed then. And you just keep throwing out the nets until he's dead. You can kill almost any there's like certain enemies like Sven or whatever that have cleave, right, that are really dangerous for you. But other than that, it's pretty fucked up. Like Meepo is so easy to actually spiral out of control, but if you don't, then you're completely useless, which is the worst. So whenever you play Meepo, your team will be really fucking mad because it needs such a high level of mastery and nobody is crazy enough to actually invest time into learning how to play this because it's stupid.
Because it's stupid. That's.
I'm sorry. I'm just taking over this.
You're just ranting about your glory days. No, my only thought about this was what I was going to say about Heroes of the Storm, which is like, every single time I hear people talking about League and Dota, it's this constant like, do not fucking play League or Dota. It makes me so fucking miserable. It's like ruined my life. And then like I decided to go check on the guys who are playing Heroes of the Storm still. And they're just like, oh, this is fun. I'm having a great time with my friends playing Heroes of the Storm.
The important thing is that Heroes of the Storm isn't serious, and this is what actually makes the entirety of this better. Because Dota is even worse, because in casual Dota you can't surrender.
Nice.
Only professional Dota is people are allowed to surrender, which is fucking insane to me. So you're wasting time forever.
Yeah, no, I think honestly, I think the biggest difference is that a Heroes match is like 10 minutes long.
The problem is that a Dota match can be over an hour.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like Dota and League matches are like 45 minutes to an hour, yeah.
Yeah, even if Dota is like you can sometimes tell by 10 minutes that you're gonna lose, right? Like if your opponent doesn't throw hardcore, you're gonna lose, right? And especially if they have like because you see sometimes, depending on what actual team composition you have, there's certain breakpoints where certain characters peak really late, right? Like they need to like Medusa or whatever is a character that like only in super late game are they really powerful. So if your opponent has that and you already know that you're gonna lose, and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna be here for fucking hour. My god.
I am personally a believer that that's just shit game design. Like
they should really let you surrender.
I'm a big believer that a game should have some mechanism where like once the game is unwinnable, it actually just ends somehow or another.
I mean, I have won games in like really, really strange ways, right? But most of the time that doesn't happen, right? So it's like, come on.
I mean, that's why they're considered really strange ways, right? Like it's like I like Mechabellum, right? Terrible stream game, but wonderful game to play. And Mechabellum, like I have come back from like losing 10 rounds in a row. Like I've lost 10 rounds in a row and won the entire game on round 11. Like I've just swung the entire game on round 11. Because Mechabellum's built like that, but it's also like if you are fucked, like the game is over. Like the game just.
Once I played a game with Timo, this is like my most memorable game, right? Where the opponents like in League, right? Like they destroy everything at the entire middle lane, and once like the inhibitor, right? Like the thing before the Nexus. And then for whatever reason, they decided to always go around as a big, huge fucking ball of 5 people and run exactly into my full-on fucking all my Timo shrooms stacked into one bush, right? Like 6 times in a row, and they all fucking died. Because there was also like somebody always there to take advantage of that. And then we won the game. And that was like completely stupid because it was absolutely random. We could have just gone into different bush and we would have lost. It made no sense.
Maybe they were throwing for the rank points like you were doing. They just want to.
No, they can't. It's impossible to know, right? Because the shroom's invisible. It's invisible.
It's invisible. I haven't actually played since they added the Raiden. I actually like the sandworm in Mechabellum. So I did like that. I did kind of prefer it more when it was more spell focused and less unit drop focused. I'm not as big a fan of the unit drops, but I still think it's the best strategy game out there.
Mega Bobo.
Yeah, Mega Bobo. Mega Bobo. Okay, so
this
guys,
doing with miniature?
I'm doing pretty good. I was going to ask about doing this skull face because I just like slathered some ice white on it and I think it looks stupid as fuck.
So like what I do? You use the mahogany. The mahogany.
Yeah.
So what you're gonna do is you take the mahogany and you thin it a little bit, and you like a tiny little bit, and you put it over this in a layer, and then you let it dry, and then you work from there.
Okay. Let's do that. So gonna add that. It's a little bit thinned. Just make sure to push it around a little bit so it's actually getting into the deep parts and not just
It's not enough mahogany. You gotta use
I'm
more.
getting some more. I'm adding some more, bud. I'm adding some more. Yeah.
You gotta like these kinds of paints, the Express or whatever. You really need to cake that shit on. Like they're like 6 wet layers, right?
Yep. That's what I was figuring. Which plays well for me, a guy who finds layering really soothing and also doesn't give a shit about his time.
It's not Nolan oil. It's like the contrast paint, right? Like that's the Vallejo Express paint, so like the version of contrast paints from Games Workshop. You need to like fully smother it in that, like it's like, and then take it away with the brush that is unloaded, where if there's too much on it.
Okay, let's get it in here. So
My man doesn't even know about the devil in mud.
It's true. It's true.
And the Agrix Earthshade.
It's true. I don't know shit. Truly have the ignoramus on here with you. I think I think I've done pretty good on the cloth. I think this verdigris on the chest piece I'm pretty happy with.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think I fucked up the skin super bad.
I'm awful at painting models. Don't listen to me. Okay, don't worry. Do you paint models? Do you paint them goblin? Do you paint them? What models you paint? Tell me about the models.
I'm gonna back away on this and get to work on the shield. But I think I've actually done... I think I've actually made some
The shield.
very good progress today. How are you doing, Miss Snake?
I have long.
You don't have long? I don't want to be here super much longer because I said I was going to do a movie
What
night.
kind of 40k minis do you paint? Tell the truth. Are you a heretic? Are you Harry the Tick?
What's the most embarrassing option for what somebody paints in 40k? I think Tau and Admech have sick models, so I don't think that's embarrassing at all.
Okay, listen. Listen, you know what the worst thing is? Leagues of Votan.
Okay, I can... My former roommate's a Votan's guy. He's just really into dwarfs, though. I think it's like extremely acceptable because he's just a pervert for dwarfs.
They're just stupid, bro. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
They look like 90s toys.
The worst one, though. Like, the worst one. Like, this is, like, low-key true.
Mhm.
This cannot be disputed. You know that it is absolutely correct. Space Wolves.
Yep. I
Space
don't
Wolves.
dispute that at all. I don't argue. I don't argue. So Space Wolves is the most embarrassing option. No argument here. No argument from this man.
No, Space Wolves is like, if you like Space Wolves, there's something wrong with you, brother. I've never met a Space Wolf player that wasn't dubious in one way or another.
I have a good friend who's a Space Wolf player, and the particular way in which he is dubious is that his taste in everything fiction related is awful.
Yeah, so like the Space Wolves players I've known were like creeps, political extremists.
I was about to say, I've known the political extremists.
Yeah,
That's the one I've run
but
into
like
a lot.
especially creeps. I don't know why. It's very strange. Like it's like the smell your seat when you go out of the store kind of creep. You know what I mean? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So like, that's kind of what's going on there.
I understand. Yeah, unsurprisingly, that is largely invisible to the big fat cis
Plus,
guy.
like the Space Wolves are like the stupidest kind of faction story-wise.
They are.
They're like absolutely what? They're like, if you think that the Ultramarines are like hot, like bestest boys or whatever, then you don't understand how exceptional the Space Wolves are treated by the narrative.
Mhm.
Like, the Space Wolves should have been abolished 1 billion times. like for the shit that they have done, and for their genetic flaws. And they're like this super cool red legion that the Emperor uses to kill other legions and shit. And I'm like, and they fucking turn into wolf and right in front of Inquisitors, and the Inquisitor is like, oh my.
He's such a new.
That's crazy, bro. And I'm like, what the fuck?
This is what Inquisitors should be. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I've got it. I did rate factions on I did rate.
Dude, Space Wolves are like the worst faction in the entire. Like, the truth is, I would forgive them if they were a small faction, like the Karakodon, like the Space Sharks, right? Like the Polynesian. I would have forgiven that. But since they're like such an important part of the story, it's fucking stupid, man. Like, absolutely.
I mean, you know my opinion about the general lore.
Yeah, there's almost no way to make it worse. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. I found. So I did 2 ratings. I'm gonna put them up on the stream, but they're still images, so who gives a shit? Sorry, Nagi. For forcing you to gaze upon.
Okay, your what is this? Is this your?
This is my rating of the models.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna do the tier list,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. My rating of the models. I know
like
you disagree.
The models or the faction in general?
The models. This is the models.
Okay, so beautiful. What is the first thing there?
Tau. I love the Tau models.
Is that Tau?
Yeah, I think it's Tau. Yeah, I love Tau.
Tau. I would have rated Tau in.
See, we switched. You would have put it. I put Tyranids in
I would have put Tau in Okay,
yeah.
like no, wait. I put Tau in because I think they could be cooler. If everything was the ghost kill, now we're talking. But it's not. Okay, like not everything's the ghost kill. Stupid. Adeptus Mechanicus. Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Okay?
Rules.
However, they lost me with the horses and the stupid ass membrane flying machines.
Oh, okay.
That shit came like right out of here. Okay, like what is that?
Okay, I thought you were gonna complain about Stilt Boy, and I was like, Stilt Boy's perfect. Stilt Boy is the most 40k.
Stilt Boy is perfect.
Stilt Boy is perfect. That's a perfect 40k model. No 40k model has been as good as Stilt Boy.
They lost me with the horses and the stupid ass flying machines, but there is cool third party stuff available. Okay, Harlequins. Okay, like I'm only rating actually like what is there from Games Workshop. Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
Harlequins could be cooler than they are. I'll put them in there fine. They have potential that is not realized, I feel. Okay?
Just some goblins is correct, yeah.
The Necrons are pretty great. I would put them in great. Okay?
Yeah.
Necrons are okay. They have like definitely had a glow up in what they had available versus what they have available now. Then what is this? Adeptus Sororitas in great?
Great is Craftworld.
Craftworld Elder.
Yeah. I like Craftworld a lot.
Craftworld Elder is pretty good for what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though that's a good one. Should be there. Drukhari. Drukhari is fine to me. They're fine. I think that like some of the stuff that they have is like cool, but it could be cooler seeing that it was there about. So like they're not fully realized. Gene Stealer Colts are great. I love Gene Stealer Colts. They have, however, they have some of the stupidest vehicles that exist in Warhammer 40.
Yes, they do. Yes,
like,
they do.
They're actually like, what the fuck is that, bro? Get out, Red. Imperial Knights are fine. But the Imperial Knight, the bigger one, the plastic model sucks. The Cerestus Knight is okay, but they are great if we have the Forge World ones. I don't know if that counts. The Knight Praetorian.
I will freely admit that I actually cannot keep track of which ones are Forge World and which are not for Imperial Knights. For other factions, I can keep track of it, but for them, I can't. Amazing.
So they're one of my favorite models, right? So they're great if we have the Forge World. And then we have Adeptus Sororitas. They are great now. I feel I would level them up one.
Oh,
from what they
yeah.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Then we have Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard is like K. Like Imperial Guard is like the definition of like the standard, right? Like that exists.
I think Imperial Guard are kind of a little bit all over the place, but I think the fact they've got a bajillion models mean...
I just like they have tanks, right? And that's what a lot of people want to paint, and it's like very like they have stuff.
I
right?
think
like,
Rogel Dorns look cool.
Completely serviceable, like no problem whatsoever. But they're nothing special.
Maybe I just like the Manticore model a lot.
Next to
it's Votan, which I know you hate. It's Votan, which I know you hate.
They're like, they're like, I would even have like Chaos Knights are complete snorefest. Like the actual Chaos Knights that exist fucking suck. Like they're like uninspired to the nth degree.
It's possible I've never actually seen it's possible I've never seen an actual Imperial Guard model, an actual Chaos Knight model that wasn't kit bashed.
So the problem with the Chaos Knights is that there's only like 2 or so models, and the Chaos Armiger is okay, but the Chaos Knights, they're so uninspired. They're like, bro, how about sell me a Chaos Knight that has options for every Chaos God that is actually cool?
Oh yeah, that'd be easy.
No reason to buy this kit. Buy the normal one. Make it into whatever. They're like a complete fucking waste to purchase. Like I don't know what the fuck that is. Orcs are like here's the thing. Orcs are completely average, but they're so fun to do as an army. And if like weird tinkering is your thing, and you don't want to pay attention to how like you're not like one of these people that is really neat. This is the best army that you can possibly play, but like the models themselves are just okay.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. Yeah,
crazier and more aesthetic for what orcs are, and it's like, okay.
I actually am fully with you. Yeah. This is stupid.
Custodies are fucking stupid.
Yep.
I don't like them. They're not even to me. They're like such a disappointment, both model-wise and like what they are in the game, compared to what they supposed to be. And like, don't look at me. Get out of here. Chaos Demons are not a complete faction, but the models that exist are pretty cool. They got some of the coolest big models in the entire game, I feel. The problem with them is that the smaller demon units fucking suck. What the hell is Bloodletters?
Bloodletters, honestly, when I think of my first thought when I think of them is the fucking nerdlings.
I really liked the old Bloodletters in metal that looked like fucking Krampus with a giant axe. That shit was dope. And the new Bloodletters are stupid. Like, what is that? That doesn't look scary at all. That's like, no. And the Zinch ones are okay. The Zangors are, I guess. There's like some really cool stuff available from third parties, but we're not rating that. But the big demons are some of the best models in Warhammer.
All right,
40k. Right, like, so I will say that they're really good. So I would put them into their fine, because like they have like the good big models, but the small ones are kind of meh. Tyranids are my favorite faction in Warhammer 40k, but the actual canon models are complete fucking right? They're like,
okay. I was expecting you to like read me out for that one. I was expecting you to be really mad at me.
So there are some models that are really good. The Tyranid Zoanthrope model is cool as hell.
Yeah, I do like the Zoanthrope model, yeah.
If we go into Fort World, I like the Hierophant and the Haridon, but there's both better versions of that available elsewhere. And Tyranids also have they have the sameness problem.
That was my problem. That's why they're down here so far.
The issue with Tyranids is that every single Tyranid bioform is a Carnifex that is like weirdly deformed. You don't get like the problem is also that the people that designed the Tyranids have no idea what the fuck is going on. They like, it pisses me off if I see, for example, the Trigon, which is like a creature that burrows underground, designed in a way that this thing could never bury underground because it would get stuck at all possible angles, right? It's fucking stupid to me. The creatures don't look like they do what they do. Tyranid warriors are a decent design. The Hive Tyrant fucking looks stupid. It looked better when it was just a big warrior, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of why I put Tyranids down so far is that Tyranids, you have Carnifexes, you have Zoanthropes, and then you just kind of like impossible to distinguish carpet.
Tyranids have some of the worst models in my opinion, like the Toxicrin and the Melceptor are just abominations in the bad way, and the new Biowar and Pyrowar are what is that, dude? Like fucking what? Like I guess we do spiders now. Right, like never before. Tyranids have always been like some weird kind of space dinosaur kaiju. Right, like no, I guess we do spiders now, and
spiders are scary, man. That's why. That's why
and I will say the Norn Emissary is cool though. If you don't like the Norn Emissary, it's probably one of the best modern Tyranids that exists. So the problem is they're dragged down by so much bullshit that they have, and the models are not cool enough. Like they're like these weird kind of like, they're the only real biological abomination faction other than Nurgle, and they do a different kind of abomination, and Nurgle is fucking cool as shit with his models, and Tyranids suck. And like, what are you doing? Like, I don't fucking understand, right? Like, it's however, I will say one thing. Tyranids is like, has this advantage that people that like Tyranids really like Tyranids. Like the players that like Tyranids, they are fucking married to this faction, okay?
Yeah. They are.
And the thing about this is, Tyranids have always been bad. There was always never an actual part in the game where Tyranids have been good. So if you're into Tyranids, you're into them for this. And Tyranids are one of the factions in the game that have the most options available for third-party 3D printed models of all of them, other than like maybe Space Marines. So if you take that into the account, their rating goes like way up. Like there's like
I can believe that. Yeah,
amazing shit available. Okay, let's sit down. Black Templars are Space Marines, but they're pretty cool Space Marines. Like I would rate them better than normal Space Marines. They're like fine to me, right?
I'm wondering. There's a pattern you might notice to this one. They might speed this up a little bit. I don't like the fucking Space Marines. I fucking don't like them.
Blood Angels I thought were really stupid for a long time, but they've kind of grown on me, so they're kind of like in the faction for me, right? The Dark Angels are asleep.
The Dark Angels might be the worst. Like in a contest for the race to the bottom, Dark Angels might be.
They're not the worst to me, but asleep. Chaos Space Marines they shouldn't be a faction at all. Like, I think Chaos should be a faction that has like Chaos Space Marines as elite choices, and Chaos Renegades are normal choices, and Chaos Demons are also other choices. Fucking, why is Chaos Space Marines a faction in itself? Nobody will ever know. It's like, I don't know. Death Guard are pretty cool. They're like fine. I like Death Guard, like Nurgle. Okay. Death Watch is like, what is this? You shouldn't be able to run that as an army. You should be able to run this as a single fucking squad in an army that is allied. This should be like similar to Imperial Agents, where you get a single assassin, but instead you get a squad.
I think they've actually ruined. I think they've actually ruined your dream, Nagi. I believe that you can now do like Imperial Agents as an entire army now.
Oh my god. And by the way, Adeptus Custodes should be like that as well, where you get 1 or 2 Custodes.
There's just some people who hate soup armies like fervently. Like I know a guy who's like that, who's just like, no, there should never, like, armies should only be purely monofaction. Like there should never be any like ally factions or anything.
It's weird as shit, dude. To me, like, I don't understand.
To me, it's like, it's got the same mentality as like a person whose mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese are separated.
They just add too much towards the Imperium, because like you could do this otherwise as well, where like Harlequins don't need to be a faction. Harlequins could be a subfaction for Eldar, and then you could have other subfactions for Eldar, similar to like the aspect shrines. It could be like some really rare aspect shrines where you get like a subfaction, but they don't do that because, I don't know, brain damage or whatever. They don't want to have cool shit. So then you have like where are we? Death Watch, Iron Hands. Iron Hands are cool. I like Iron Hands, but they're kind of like okay, right? They're like okay Space Marines. What I hate about them is that they're just black armor. Like they're like boring.
Yeah.
They have a cool theme. I like that. I like that their Primarch is dead, but nobody gives a shit. Meanwhile, the Blood Angel's Primarch is dead, and everybody has permapsychosis because of that shit. Like, they're just built different. You know?
Iron Hands. Iron Hands has the magic power of going to therapy.
Yeah, they just don't care. Dad
dead.
Grey
So
Knights are Grey Knights are an abomination.
I remember when Grey Knights were released and everybody was mad.
I hate this faction. Their models are ugly. Their centerpiece models are disgusting to me. They were way cooler when they were an allied detachment to the Witch Hunters, which was a way better army than the Grey Knights. And the Grey Knights fucking suck. If you like the Grey Knights, you also suck. And you should feel bad. Like, it's like, I don't know.
This
Matt Ward, I will never forgive you.
This snake is mad.
Go fuck yourself. No, the guy had like a fucking weird ass boner for the Grey Knights, and like some of the shit that he introduced into the Grey Knight Codex, right? Like just random offhand stuff that he introduced into the Grey Knight Codex, that has nothing to do with the Grey Knights, became main parts of the Warhammer 40k lore that ruined the lore. Like he just like it tainted everything, the entirety of everything. Like what the fuck? Like, and the models also are ugly, and you're also ugly. What the fuck? Anyway,
Angie Snake.
Grey Knights are like below this tier list. They're below everything. They're in their own tier.
Their own tier.
So Imperial fits the standard Space Marines to like complete the definition of I sleep, right? Like I fucking sleep on that shit. Same with Salamanders. They're just not cool enough. They're just not cool enough. This is not good enough, in my opinion. What is behind your head there?
Oh, hold on. Let me take a look. I will resize. White Scars.
So White Scars, I sleep also.
Yeah.
They could be way cooler than what they are. They could have like cooler fucking biker units. Instead, they're just like haha Mongolioid. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't appreciate the they're weird. They're weird. I don't like it.
This could have been way better, like than what they are. I sleep on that shit. World Eaters, boring. Yep. Absolutely boring. Like no. Ultramarines. Okay, listen. Hear me out, okay? Ultramarines. They're fine. They're just fine. Yeah. They're just like Space Marines. Like, hey, they're
the Marinest
Space Marine.
They're the Marinest Marines that ever Marines.
Yeah, they ever Marine. Yeah.
They're the Marinest Marine.
If you like the fantasy of the Space Marine, they're fine. Because I feel that, like, for example, adding the White Scar flavor or the Salamander flavor, it doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't work. Same with the Space Wolves, which makes it way worse, right? Like, fucking, they're the worst Space Marines other than the Grey Knights, so they're like the bottom tier of asleep, right? Thousand Suns, however, that's where it's at, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like, Thousand Suns makes Space Marines better, actually.
I can actually agree with that. I think that
the Thousand Suns are the best Chaos Space Marines that exist. The problem about this is that they have so few actual models, right? Like that
it's just Rubric Marines, right? Yeah.
But the ones that exist, like I wish there were more, but like they're pretty good. Like I would actually put them in pretty great. I put them in great tier actually. And Space Wolves, they suck. They're bad and disgusting. And I shudder at the memory, okay, of ever encountering them in the wild. There you go. Also, Imperial agents are cool, by the way.
They weren't on this tier list. I had to fight for like a tier list that didn't suck for this. It was staggering because I did this on the air. I did this one on the air. And the number of tier lists that people have made for 40k that like are like just like the faction symbols with no label, or the models with or like one single model with no label, or like only has like Marine factions. or are like 6 editions behind somehow, so like they don't have Drukhari for some reason. I'm like, what is happening here? Yeah, like they didn't, like I remember like one that was like 9th edition factions and like Drukhari's not on this. Like what's happening?
Drukhari was in 9th edition actually.
Drukhari was incredibly strong in 9th edition.
Yeah, because they pay less points for everything.
Yeah, no, it's just they literally pay less points.
The funny thing was basically they forgot to update the Drukhari for like 3 editions and everything else got point inflated.
Yeah.
And they just had the same rules, and so they were like OP now because they paid like 5 points less for everything.
Yeah, no, you just have 15% more army. Like you just have 15% more army than everybody else. Yeah, the like 60% win rate for a while. They were not the most broken one ever, because Iron Hands had a brief moment. No, Iron Fists. Iron Fist had a brief moment where you could give like multiple. They were just
there was
like
a short moment at the end of 8th edition where Adeptus Mechanicus was like the most broken thing to ever exist. It was like freaking.
Admex had a couple of moments in the sun. Leagues of Votan on release was like absolutely game breaking for like 3 weeks. Until then I got FAQ'd really hard. But yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep now. See you
I will. Well, I mean, this is actually a good time for me to raid out. I was planning on ending at 9. This is the shield that I was writing while you were screaming about wolves. I didn't finish it.
Okay. It's pretty nice. I like the shield.
I gotta add more highlights to the cloth.
Did you do the stippling technique on the shield?
Not this time. Not this time. I am. The other shield is stippled. The other shield is stippled. So let's take a look at the difference. Obviously, this one's like more finished than this one. This one's, and I'm now noticing that I really did not do a good job on the layering on the bone parts for this one. It's much worse layering. So do gotta work on that. Thank you, Miss Quetzali. Do you have somebody you want to raid? I'll take your advice. We'll take your advice on a raid target.
Blah, 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 blah.
If you don't have somebody you want to raid, I can... I've got somebody I could raid. If you don't have
I have nobody.
You have nobody? Okay.
No.
So we'll raid Vexing Cat.
The vexing cat. It's like the vexing snake.
Yes, the vexing... She is so different from you. She is so calm.
How?
She's so calm.
How could you... I'll have you know that the way that my name is spelled literally like writes calm. Okay, like have you seen that?
So we're gonna raid Vex.
Yeah, use the kanji for common princess. Okay.
The calm princess, yeah. But yes, this has been Nagi Quetzali. Let's
on meds, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm not always this fucking weird. I don't know.
It was lovely having you here.
Blap.
Let me. Where is it? I need the old man. Where's the old man? There's the old man. So, Geezer raid. So for those of you who do not sub, and for those of you who do sub, and everybody, thank you for being here, Nagi. Thank you for helping me paint. Thank you for everybody else for keeping me company while I paint. And have a lovely, lovely night.
Bye-bye.
Oh, actually, final note.
What?
Final note. I will be watching in about half an hour. I will be starting up some, maybe 15 minutes. I will be starting up some David Lynch. Hell yeah.
Your Discord?
Yeah, on my
Discord.
Join the Discord for
Join
the David
or die.
Lynch.
Join
or die like David Lynch, unfortunately.
Your liver will escape your body.
All right. Thank you, Nagi. Thank you, Nagi, for the threats of death to my community.
It's not a threat. I'm just warning them. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
I care about you, chat.
That's like the only time she'll ever say that. All right, have a good night.